very much in the home. And in the vast majority of those kind of white rage school shootings, I would I would probably believe that in most of those cases, those people have fathers at the home. I have no reason to believe that I have no reason to believe otherwise. And I don't.
I
think
literally
that
linked to a fucking study.
I don't think that this retard is actually providing us with any study to say otherwise. He's just talking about random school shooting. I mean, just random school shooting, which can of course obviously include the ones that are gang related and with all the black folks and so on and so forth. But
I'm literally not. You're fucking lying.
The prescription for these two is obviously different.
Even if
I literally linked to a site that said "School Shooters: The Myth of the Stable Home," and it looked at all of the they're predominantly
which type of school shootings? Which type of school shootings?
These are the mass shootings that
does it involve
the media garner attention and looked into their family.
Does it include any of the other mass school shootings? Wait, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm sorry. We're just gonna move past that. Yeah, but you got my point, Lactoid. You can respond.
Fucking lying, pivoting piece of shit.
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
So
thanks all for being here. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a fantastic group of individuals here. Super excited to talk to each and every one of them. If you watch this later on YouTube, please like, comment, or blow into your mic. Like, comment, and subscribe. Thanks so much. Okay. I'm gonna introduce our individuals here. We'll start with Lactoid. That's how you pronounce his name. God damn it. Lactoid, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Prime. Thank you for having me, and thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. And of course, recognizing my very established nationality, which is American. I'm not sure you did that, but I'm gonna assume that you did. No, it's really great to be here. You can find me on Anti-Communism United on Discord, Twitch, and Twitter, and it's gonna be fun.
I do recognize. Look, naturalized Americans are Americans, so I do recognize you for your background here, right? Like we're all the same. We're all the same, no matter where we came from, even at the depths of the Yukon, right? Like I don't know if anyone lives there, but
I'm glad you know the Yukon territory.
Oh, thank you, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Scott. Scott, thanks for being around and coming through once more.
Yeah, you know me, you hate me. It's Fabian Liberty. I'm the resident ANCAP. Should be fun.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a true Canadian hero. His name is Corey. All right, Corey is here to spread his values, right, of his great homeland here. Among us Americans, but he never takes. But he struggles nonetheless.
Yeah.
So, Corey, thank you.
I'm not going to stop trying, spreading my Canadian values. And I do think it's working because there's a Canadian story involved in the topics. A Canadian high school teacher. So, like, your bias is now showing, Prime. But yeah, always appreciated to be invited on and to be here. Always a pleasure. Always entertaining. I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on Twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84. And yeah, looking forward to getting into it.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have my man, Fanatic. Fanatic is back with us. Fanatic, who was just here on Thursday of All Black Everything, which was great. It was really a great conversation, and I'm always happy when he spent some time here with us as well. How are you?
I'm doing really good. I think this is going to be a great day. I'm looking forward to interacting with everyone. Well, I'm looking forward to interacting with Lactate as usual. I think Corey Campbell is also going to be really great, and Doobie, and Lee the Water Kai, and then the host. I think this will be really, really good.
Nothing but love and joy here, right? We love it, right? That's what it looks like here. Let's go to. It's really the best we can hope for. Let's go to Wick.
Let's go to Wick indeed. Hi. Yeah, I just got off a panel.
I love
with
how he's trying so hard to throw shade.
Have mostly Americans here, one Canadian exception, but I'm looking forward to it. And I, for one, love everyone on here to varying degrees. So that's what it is.
To varying degrees. He basically said the same thing. Oh, to varying degrees. What could that mean?
Sure.
Some at 0, some at 100.
Some are more. Some are contribute to the conversation, and some just yell.
Oh boy. All right. we have someone who does participate, and so on. We have some background noise here. I don't know who that is. But we have someone who does participate, and that would be Waterkai here. Waterkai, one of our guests who gives a surprising number of great takes. So thanks, Waterkai, for being here.
Thanks for having me here. I'm glad to be in the Love Fest. Everybody's just all peace and love here. It's great.
Oh man, I love this guy's voice.
And finally, right, our Dark Lord and Savior, Doobie. Doobie's all about the love. I mean, he's love incarnate, really. So Doobie, thanks for being here as well.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
We've missed Doobie. Doobie wasn't here last week. So like it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same about you. So I'm glad you're here.
I've been celebrating the death of my aunt. It's been a great time.
He's not lying about that. But okay, let's continue on. Topic 1.
That's one way to put it.
In a time when schools and parents seem completely unable to practically protect students, should we have more armed officers in schools? Is that the best way to keep kids safe? Will this inevitably end with the criminalization of more children? So this is a conversation we've had a few times here on the channel. But the idea of just increasing law enforcement, increasing their presence, or even if they're not necessarily law enforcement, but just like, armed resource officers. A lot of people think this is the way to go. It doesn't seem a completely illogical way to go when you're scared for your children, right? That something might happen to them there. But there's a lot of pushback in a lot of different communities for this. So here's where you're all at. Let's start with Lactoid.
Generally, I would like to see more safety protocols instituted. I think some of them are just very common sense ones that I don't know why they're not ubiquitous amongst all schools. So I think every door except for the front door should only open from the inside. This should be a general rule, like among all public schools. I think at the front doors where people can come in, there should be an armed officer to check people and make sure that, people aren't coming in armed to the teeth and killing kids. And in line with that, especially with some of the stuff we saw recently in Texas, I think officers need to be better trained when there actually is an active shooter situation, and should be held accountable and should be expected to go into a dangerous situation, because honestly, that's what they're paid for. As to just putting more armed officers wandering around the hallways and cafeterias, I'm pretty skeptical of the cost of this program. I would need to see strong evidence that school resource officers are effective. I tried to find some. I had some difficulty finding solid evidence that school resource officers are actually effective. So I would need to see, pretty solid evidence of that. And I would also want these officers to be trained specifically in dealing with children. I saw a lot of stories that are a little bit, I understand kids can misbehave. I don't think like a middle schooler should be arrested for misbehaving unless that misbehavior poses a threat to the safety of teachers and other students. So I'm not sure about more school resource officers. I am sure that there needs to be more safety protocols.
I think you actually brought up another interesting question. So I might bring that up later on, depending on how the conversation goes. But yeah, thank you so much. Let's go to Scott.
Yeah, so I'm much the same mind as Lactoid. I would go a little bit harder in saying we shouldn't be putting additional police officers in schools. I think what we need to do is we need to deregulate security, and we need to have more security officers. And, I understand there, studies that presume that this is somehow has a psychological, negative effect, etc. But what we are talking about is, schools that have, that are dangerous at a certain point. Right? Like that you don't really know. I mean, statistically speaking, it's, less dangerous than, the school bus ride there. But nevertheless, it is still, we're still in a situation where schools are dangerous, and we should do what has already been proven to work in Israel. In Israel, there's security firms and, police agents, but usually just security firms that are not directly tied to the state. At every single school, they do not have a problem with school shootings. They do have terrorist attacks, and it is much less frequent that they have terrorist attacks than we have school shootings. I mean, and that ought to tell you something. It's Israel. Like, they're surrounded by people that hate them, and they've figured this out. That when you have a single entry, and you have the ability to check who goes in and out of the school, and you have a large fenced off area, and you have enough room in that fenced off area for fire drills and things like that, the only time a terrorist attack is able to really do anything to these schools is when they attack the campus, and they're usually pretty ineffective. So they're not really like the same. They're not soft targets like coffee shops and places like that are in Israel. And so the problem, though, that I see is that this question of like, should we put cops there is really two big problems. Number one, police officers, as opposed to private security, are likely to criminalize students at a higher rate. It's likely to especially impact, poor communities. More kids are going to end up in jail. More kids are going to end up with like criminal records and things like that. Even if you have, police officers that aren't supposed to do that, they do that, and they involve police regularly. And the second is it's not actually addressing the problem, right? Like what we're talking about is mass shooting and school shootings. The problem isn't, are there enough cops in schools? The problem is multifaceted issues with our culture, predominantly fatherlessness. And unless we're actually addressing those problems, what we're doing is paying for Band-Aids that isn't actually going to stop school shootings, ultimately. It's just going to reduce the risk.
Let's go, Corey.
Yeah, so actually there's a decent amount of overlap between some of what Scott said and myself, and also some of Lactoid said and myself, in terms of like, as what Lactoid pointed out, when they went searching for, evidence to demonstrate effectiveness of, armed presence on school, it does seem like the evidence is pretty scant, or, mixed at best. And there's also, I'm going to try and keep it short because I think there's a lot to unpack here, but I think there should be, asking the question of what are the potential unintended consequences, in terms of like, sure, maybe having an armed presence, you might decrease maybe school shootings, but there's the unintended potential consequence of like you are potentially increasing guns on schools. Same thing with just something as simple as like security cameras. Like there's evidence showing that like if you just increase security cameras on schools, children don't actually feel safer. Same thing of like, as you increase security, there's some evidence showing that children actually feel less safe. And I don't know that that's necessarily a great thing, given the fact there's already increasing, rates of anxiety. And I don't know that you want to potentially contribute to that. And also, like, to Scott's point, where I think an armed presence is, at least in the United States, a Band-Aid solution, where, like, there's clearly some sort of larger fundamental issue going on that is driving mass shootings that probably should be addressed. The analogy that comes to mind is, like, to address, the suicide rate in the United States, banning guns. Like, that might have an effect, maybe positive, but that's probably almost certainly not addressing the root issue. And so, like, yeah, I think unintended consequences need to be taken into account. And also, lastly, I'll just wrap up by saying I'm not 100% sure that the Israel example is the best analogy, just because I think it's fair to say that Israel is in a fairly unique geopolitical situation. And, like, they have, I think, more legitimate reasons to have a greater armed presence, like, on their schools.
Yeah, works.
Interesting. Let's go to Fanatic.
I think you're muted.
Yeah, he's muted.
Thank you. We've discussed this plenty of times before. There's literally no way that like increasing armed forces is going to like actually fix this situation. We saw what happened, I think, in Uvalde, where they had police officers go there and there was just a standoff, and then it was still free to like pick off kids in that classroom. Police officers a lot of times are function like cowards. There has been a dramatic increase in armed presence at schools since sorry. There's been a crazy increase ever since there was that whole Columbine incident, and they haven't prevented school shootings. There's still been the same amount, in fact, even more. So it's not like that's going to fix anything. I think the better solution
These univariate analyses are
for people to get back to their moral roots. Prayer in schools was a good thing. It gave people a sense of understanding who God was and Um, I think obviously religion helps build a sense of community. I think having something like that in schools, I think, was probably it was really really helpful. There used to be prayer in schools. There used to be crosses and things like that. There was a Christian flag at a lot of schools. All these things really helped children feel a better sense of community, a better sense of respect for their brethren. And I think that's what we probably need. We just need better religious foundation. As the country becomes more secular, we become more violent, more rapacious. It's all bad.
Okay, just before we go
Also
on,
not true.
Are you serious in
That's
that
serious.
prescription?
Yep.
Okay, so we're definitely going to talk about that. I just want to put that out there. This is definitely, we're going to talk about that. You've said this before, and I've always been like really unsure how serious you are, but we'll use this opportunity to talk about that. Okay, let's go to
Sure.
Wick.
So obviously there's an issue, right? Where we have marked ballooning in violence across the school system since, about Columbine, right? Since the 70s, actually, is when we've seen this uptick. It just started ballooning after Columbine. The methods we're doing now aren't working. That isn't to say that they cannot work, however. If we were to create a single point of entry in the school, as Lactoid was talking about, if we were to adjust the measures, I think that we would see a safer place. Would it be entirely safe? Obviously not, right? Like these are symptoms to a larger societal problem. I don't think it's secularism. I would disagree with Fanatic there, but I think that the issue is societal, it is cultural, and it needs to be addressed there. Otherwise, we're just going to be dealing with symptoms rather than the disease.
And because I don't think you said it, you said we can adjust these things, right? So they can be better. So can we adjust school officers?
Oh yeah, oh sure. To be very clear, like you can have a presence of some sort of guard
Right
or
back, Chad. I
security
gotta take a quick
officer
piss.
at the school and it not be. I think it could be better than it is done now. The problem is it's a largely a kind of a shotgun approach that we've been doing, where no one's really sure how to do it. There is no real data that shows it clearly working, so people are trying different things. But I do not think that it is inherently increasing the problem, right? I just don't think that's true.
Okay, thank you. Watakai, please.
So, from what I'm seeing, a lot of the issues that are going down tend to be in inner city schools. You have metal detectors, all these things going on in these schools. The school shootings aren't happening there. It's in the schools that don't have a predominance of police in them, which is why they had to try to get the cops in at Uvalde. So you're having policemen going down on inner city kids that are catching charges and ending up with a record before they even leave the school. They're already at risk. This is compounding issues. That's taxpayer money going to give your kids a record. On top of that, you have the psychological effect of having cops around you at all times. People already aren't easy about that. And so when you got school officers yanking kids out of desks and slamming them on the ground, that is going to psychologically stunt you. So I don't believe we should have officers. We should have private school security. And if you want to have someone at the door with a gun, that's perfectly fine. But beyond that, no, cops aren't helping.
Interesting. All right. I think we have some disagreement here. Let's go to Doobie.
I agree with just about everything Lactoid said earlier. I don't know if I can say it any better. I don't think that I'm not sure that the school resource officer or police officer on campus is the way to go. But I think clearly there are lots of things we can do to turn the school into like a fortress, right? Where children feel safe in there and are safe in there, just like they do in Israel. Right? So I think there's plenty of lessons to learn from that.
So I think it's interesting that you guys, because in the question, I didn't put school shooting, right? I'm rereading it again to make sure I didn't. Yeah, I didn't put school shooting, but that seems to be the thing that you guys all focused on. But there are plenty
to
other...
be clear, like I'm not thinking about school shootings primarily. I'm thinking about what Lee brought up. Inner city schools, right? Because I went to one of those schools. And you had a ton of drug dealers coming by all the fucking time. They sell drugs to kids, fucking with the kids when they're walking to class, between classrooms. So keeping those people out is far more important than the one-off school shootings that you get once in a while.
Well, yeah, but you didn't say school shootings, but you definitely mentioned schools and parents being able to protect students and armed officers. Aside from school shootings, what other motive would we have to be arming, putting
Well,
Yeah,
armed
it
violence
seemed like
between
the
children.
connotation was in the question.
Wait.
Sure,
Don't,
sure, sure.
don't wait. Did you say violence between? Do you think that that's a genuine prescription? Oh, children are fighting each other. Let's have armed cops there to stop the fighting.
Or whatever,
What?
violence against teacher.
Hey, whoever
No,
starts
come
the
on.
aggression, right? You just gotta.
Come on.
I live in a city where in the past we've had multiple like straight up no fucking around riots in high schools and middle schools, right? Like actual fucking riots. I you know, I've seen like incredible violence in between students, and sometimes it happens with teachers too, right? I've heard stories about like violence that people get caught up in, right? So in that case, since shootings aren't the end all be all in terms of dangers, right? Like where Doobie was trying to go at, then it would seem to me that having more armed officers to deal with that, right? To calm a situation like that doesn't seem completely irrational.
Wait, what other situation? Name a specific situation. Like
I just did like little riots.
I don't think a
Okay,
gun
okay,
would
okay,
even
What do you
work
want
there,
the
though.
cops to do in a
yeah, wait,
riot?
I mean, I'm saying, what is the purpose
Shoot
of
the
the gun?
kids?
And
Like,
yeah, I was gonna say, what's the purpose of a gun in that situation? So a police officer has a gun, and there's a riot happening. Do you think he should be shooting children that are doing, or what do you think the gun? What role does the gun actually serve in disarming that riot?
Well,
It
some would say,
seems-
I wouldn't say deterrent, but some might make that argument.
I'm asking Prime, since that's what
Okay, fair.
that's what he seems like he's suggesting. You're saying
I'm
that
sa-
guns, armed officers, armed. You specifically mentioned armed officers. So the arm in there should probably serve some sort of purpose. And so I'm asking you, what would they do with such arms in a situation that would that you would say would make sense for them to have to be there?
Make it easier to take control of the situation.
Okay, and how would they take control of the situation with a gun? Would you think that they should pull the gun out and point it at the students, or what are you saying? What utility does the gun specifically play in that sort of
You
scenario?
don't have to necessarily take a weapon out to use it to gain control, right? That's why you see officers do this all the time, where they put their hands on their rifles, right? Like to
sort of threaten
to threat of
to
authority. Yeah,
escalate
yeah.
the situation, you
But
mean?
that
No,
works.
no, hold on.
No,
Cops never
right,
do
that
that.
works because there is this implicit threat of force behind it that people know that cops have no problem, at least in America, pulling it out and pulling that trigger. So I guess to the point is, I don't think it would be a deterrent. Like this wouldn't stop or deter the riots in any way, shape, or form.
But even more so, so you're saying, and I don't feel like I'm being
No. Sorry, hold on. I'm not making some sort of massive policy prescription. I'm saying that like it doesn't seem illogical for to get to that conclusion, right?
I got you. And if it doesn't, then that's what we're trying to suss out, because it does sound incredibly illogical to me. So I'm trying to figure out why it doesn't sound illogical to you. So that's why I'm asking you these specific questions. So like, you would say that obviously, because the reason why the cop putting his hand on the weapon, as someone already stated, it's because it's menacing. It's the idea that this cop is liable to pull this trigger or to actually pull this gun out. That is a scary thing. So you're saying, in the event of a riot, that having an officer that's able to threaten people with the gun, basically, that would probably be preferable because it would help stop the riot.
I'm saying that among in a situation like that, most people aren't actually troublemakers. Most people, in a riot, most people aren't there to necessarily perpetuate the violence, right? Most people are very confused as to what's going on. However, there are some individuals who take advantage of violent situations like that, right? Like we've seen this in the news where there's a chaotic situation and people simply will not respect order. So among those individuals, you could.
Would you consider those people super predators there, Prime guys? Because that's all I'm hearing. I'm just hearing Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton in the 90s.
No,
we got to stop the relative few super predators.
No,
Just
let's not go down.
no.
This makes me think.
Real quick.
Right.
Yeah, just real quick though, like, so one of the issues in a riot situation or a situation where you have all these things, you're absolutely right that most people aren't there to instigate violence. Most people are just kind of confused, kind of going along with the crowd.
Yeah.
That's what makes it incredibly dangerous to have armed individuals there, because they cannot tell. At least usually, there's a lot of confusion. So they don't know who's actually instigating it, and so this threat and things, if it's just on I see it going wrong real quick with very little upside to this. That's just my thing. I don't see it as a logical thing. Like, I'm with Fanatic on this. I don't see that there's a logical way that this is going to de-escalate the situation in any scenario I can think of off the top of my head.
I don't know if this is for de-escalation at that point. So like there is if there are people who are in that scenario a threat to others, right?
The entire panel, just like
and those individuals we want to we'd want someone to be able to bring force to I'm not sure what the word to use here. Like the thing that comes in my mind, neutralize, but that's not the word I want to use. But to pacify or something, right? And if those individuals would refuse to like end their violence, then it would seem to like then bringing some sort of force on them would be necessary. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be lethal force, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be guns, right? So when we're talking about an armed response can take the form of take a lot of different forms, right?
But when you say should we arm cops or should we arm guards at school, no one thinks taser. None of us thought taser. Did anyone here think taser?
Of course not.
I just thought
yeah,
prison.
But yeah,
I thought
sure,
bazooka.
whatever. But that's fine. Whatever. I'm saying it now.
With the update,
I'm having a discussion. Yeah.
Yeah,
so my point is that, like, when we're talking about an arm, hold on a second, guys. We're talking about an armed response. So within an armed response, like there are many different options. There's many crowd control options. Like when you're stopping a riot, like outside of school, you're stopping a riot outside of school. The officers that respond, they're armed. And that doesn't mean that we mow down the crowd. That seems to be like the only policy, or sorry, not policy, but the only outcome you guys see here. I'm saying that like when you have a weapon, whatever that weapon is, like you or what the weapons you have available, use the one that is appropriate. So it seems like within the myriad types of violence that could happen within a school, you'd want officers to have a myriad sort of options, right? Now, if you can say, then it absolutely has to be non-lethal force. I'd be fine with that. Hey, I don't want like dead kids in the school, but when
Would you be fine with a fight being broken up with tasers? Like non-lethal.
That's what I wanted to ask. That's
yeah,
exactly what I
like
wanted to ask.
a couple kids are just like maybe a group of kids are just beating the shit out of each other. You would be okay with people tasing those
maybe
involved?
not. Probably not. If that fight involves like weapons, like knives or something, or like then maybe it needs to be maybe they need to use tasers. But like I'm saying that it doesn't have to be a one-size-fits-all package, right? So it doesn't seem illogical that we would have that. Lactoid, you had your hand up.
Yeah. So as you're talking, I guess I am starting to think of some examples where maybe even lethal. I mean, I'm not going as far as to say we should have lethal force on school resource officers besides maybe at the front door, but I can start to think of situations like non-school shooter situations in which force would, like you're saying, be completely rational. So let's say, a teacher walks in the bathroom and like some kid's getting jumped by like 8 kids, or like, it's like a gang fight or something. And like one kid's like getting the actual, like the snot beat out of him. People die from that, right? Like brain damage, really terrible stuff. And like the teacher or the officers like get off him, and they're not. And this kid's like in critical danger. I would want somebody to be able to like pull out maybe like hit them with pepper balls or something just to like get them to stop. When it comes to like if there's a riot in a school, I mean, I don't know how common this is. It seems like something that we could just have like local police departments deal with. But in terms of like kids getting jumped or like serious fights happening, I would think that's probably common enough that school resource officers should be armed to an extent to like stop students from being in imminent harm in that situation, right? I mean, like a kid getting jumped, we agree that an officer should be able to like maybe pepper ball the kids that are like stabbing him with pencils.
Yeah,
Sure.
I actually completely disagree. And here's why I completely disagree. I think that what we have done is we have a culture that is devoid of fathers. We have schools that are devoid of masculine male role models. And then what we have is shitty school systems and a whole myriad of other problems that we're not solving. And so we're then coming to this place where we've also defanged teachers by like firing them, suing them, and like the whole world coming after them if they happen to physically break up a fight. And so now what we're doing is we're begging the government to bring in its fucking hired mercenary thugs to police our fucking schools like a goddamn prison. And we're all just sitting like, well, yeah, what if a terrible fight breaks out? Yeah, if a terrible fight breaks out, you should call the cops, right? But there's so many other prescriptive things that we could be doing here to not criminalize children in the fucking schools. And we don't necessarily need cops. We can have security. Like you can have a security guard that has the authority to do these things, but is confrontational with the police and is a part of the school and is a part of the community and can be hired and fired at the school's will, as opposed to a police officer that is only partially beholden to the school system and ultimately is going to give these kids a fucking record. Like, it's just insane to me that we solve this problem with cops when what we really need to be doing is we need to be doing what dads in schools is doing. We need to be bringing fucking fathers from the community and have them rotating and being in the school and having a positive male, experience in the schools. This is actually shown to work, right? This is taking schools that have fights and like drugs and violence and crime all in the schools. And just by having a couple of fathers from the community talking to kids, being there and having that presence, they feel
like
safer.
Dare, but for fathers.
No, we're not talking about Dare. Like Dads in Schools is a program in where one school had like a really, really bad crime problem. And there was tons of fights that happened back to back. And so a bunch of fathers were sick of it and said, we're going to do a rotation. And like, so that like one of us takes a day off work, like once a week, and we go to the school and we're just there. They're not doing anything other than like, telling dad jokes and being there, and it drastically reduces crime and violence in the schools because there's no fucking male role models there. There's a couple of fucking cucked out teachers that are dudes, and then it's just a bunch of fucking women. We have a bunch of kids with no fathers and broken homes going to a school run like a prison by a bunch of fucking women and cops.
I don't know if this would translate nationally, right? Because there are schools with a lot of male influence in there. And there's a lot of men teachers and things like that. I don't know the specific stats off the top of my head, but what you are describing, and I don't know the specific program, but it sounds a lot like what I went through in Dare, where they had positive role models come in to tell us how drugs were bad and things like that, and to provide I've never done drugs and I'm a great person type of thing. It sounds very one-to-one, but maybe I'm missing it.
It was always a cop though, Wick, right?
Not always. No, not always.
No,
I won a Dare medal. Okay, I was
fair enough.
I've never seen it not be a cop.
I literally have a medal from Dare. They only
keep in mind I was on a military bases for a lot of cases, so a lot of cases it was military people.
No, I'm not talking about bringing people out of the community.
It was cops.
It was cops for me too, but I'm talking about like people that have children in the schools, that are fathers of children in the schools, that are a part of the community, volunteering together their time and pooling it so that it doesn't take too much of their finances away, so that fathers and men can be present in the school. Just their presence alone and the jokes and the fact that like someone that is like a part of the community or like Timmy's dad or whoever's fucking dad is there changes the feeling of that environment and drastically changes the way that the students interact with each other. Just having a male presence.
Really quick story time. I remember there was this one fight I went to the school, high school, and there was this one situation where this girl had gotten in a fight, and her mom decided to come up to the school and that she was going to fight a person. Now, this school required us to wear uniforms. We had to wear red, white, and blue. We could not wear red jeans. You had to wear blue or white jeans. You had to wear red, white, or blue and blue shirts. And your shoes had to be red, white, or blue. Which was the most retarded thing in the planet to me. If you're trying to avoid gang violence and you're going to make the very colors red and blue. And so, of course, you had the Bloods that were sitting there with the red do-rags, and they had, they'd have red shoelaces, and they'd wear it was just obviously a red shirt. And the do-rag would just be hanging out of the back pocket because you weren't allowed to actually wear the cap. Such an idiot. But America, right? Anyway, one of these mothers decided to come down to the school, and she decided she wasn't going to let her daughter be the one that caught that L. So she puts on the uniform, and it's just hanging around in the school all day. Finally, it gets to the lunch break. Tells the daughter, "Yeah, what's good? Yeah, it's time now. Y'all about to run this back." Lets her daughter start fighting her. Feels like her daughter's getting washed. Jumps in the fight and starts putting hands on her. Insane story. I'll never forget it. The point is, you can say it might have worked out for this group of people where it was like, hey, the dads decided to volunteer and like help out and like get involved and yada 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 yada. I do not like the idea of like having untrained people and untrained parents just being in these sort of situations, because some people are retarded. Some people would go there and be incredibly biased, and if they felt like there was something happening, they would actually go psycho. How many times do you actually get trained security guards and they go psycho too and don't know their limits? The idea that I'm going to just put my faith in just random fathers to be able to do this is just crazy to me. I'm not doing it.
I'm not saying it has to be random dads, right? Like it's not. I mean, it doesn't have to be
which
random
dads would it
dads.
be then?
Like I'm saying, like you could institute training. Like there are ways to do this where it doesn't have to be, primary, like where it is either self-regulating or even like have programs set up by the school where they like work with specific fathers, or that there's training that they get and things like that. But what I'm saying is having a positive male role model, or just energy there, changes the way that people feel in a way that having an armed cop doesn't. Having an armed cop doesn't make you feel safe. A lot of these kids, it makes them feel like they're in prison.
I think you're downplaying the role of male teachers. Male teachers exist throughout the school system. I know I went into military schools, but like I get it. Like in public schools, I see them all the time. I know people who are men who work in the public school system. Why does it have to be specifically fathers from the community? Why could not it simply be a male role model in a math teacher or a gym teacher or a coach or I don't know, whatever, right?
Nobody, I don't think anybody is making the argument, right, that
you were
male
saying
teachers
that there's a lack
don't
of
exist.
Okay.
There obviously is a lack of it. Right. The idea that you're going to make the argument that male teachers exist, therefore schools have all of the male.
I guess
it's just dismissive and silly.
Well, no. So, but
we're going to stop school shootings with dad jokes too. But whatever.
Like it seems. I don't know the scenario that you've outlined all that well. And if you want to like send the story or like the study, by all means, I'm curious to read about it. But like, it seems like you're like attributing, like, was the conclusion that like, as a result of the increased masculine energy, like just violence went down, or like, is it increased supervision? I think you are associating something. Like, I don't see why something as simple as like increased supervision from like guidance counselors, of having just a more supervision, more camaraderie, fostering a more friendly environment. I don't, unless like you actually have conclusive evidence showing like it's this increase in masculine energy that whatever aggression and violence goes down, and like I think that's a pretty dubious claim.
Like in terms of bringing men into the school, what was it about that changed it? You could make those arguments that it was camaraderie, that it was simply additional adult presence. You can make all of those arguments. But in terms of diagnosing, I think what is one of society's biggest problems right now for our youth as fatherlessness, I think there is a myriad of data that shows that this is a serious problem. And when you look at school shooters specifically, right, not looking at, we can look at gang violence, and we can look at, like, you know, crime and things like that. There's all between them, there is a common thread, which is very often it is a lack of father in the home that leads to higher crime, more drug and alcohol abuse, lower health outcomes, higher rates of teen pregnancy.
That is largely a socioeconomic
academic
issue.
failure.
No. Scott's gonna have to show us something that proves that, because first off, the vast majority of school shooters are white. The vast majority of school shooters are white, and we obviously know that white people have significantly less of a fatherlessness in the home problem than black students. Yet it seems like the hyper majority of school shooters are white people. This sounds like complete hogwash to me. You have any data to support what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm going to throw it in the chat right now. So this is a study from 2018 that looked at like the top 75 most cited school shooters, 25 school shooters, and broke down like what were the issues in their life. 75% of them didn't have a father.
You do realize that single parent families exist in other countries, right? Like the UK also has like single parent families, and they don't have the same outcome.
What, I don't understand. I don't understand this. It's like so you're
wait,
trying to deny that
looking.
it's in the chat, right? In StreamYards. I posted in the StreamYards
Can you
chat.
just put it in the dang Discord where everyone uses? No one.
I mean, well, because it requires me. Well, maybe if fucking Prime Guy's got his shit together and didn't use two different.
This is a very
programs.
incomplete
Just use
list.
Discord where we put every fucking thing. Okay.
I know.
Right.
I gotta switch. I gotta switch windows and shit instead of my main.
Oh, he's
fucking
gotta
windows.
switch windows.
Yeah,
and shit.
Huge
all they did was
no.
take a sample.
If you get your
So
shit
much
together,
code.
Scott, you can change Windows.
Yeah, all this
Oh my
is
goodness.
here is it took a sample of 56 school shooters and it listed what they had, what their parental status was. That's literally all I'm seeing.
Which
Yeah,
proves
I mean,
nothing.
it's an incredibly school shooters is an
Wait,
incredibly
school shooters, or are you
small
talking about
number.
no? This is
Fucking
already
real
really,
school
really
shooters.
bad. Because like when you talk about school shooters, like how are they are they just talking about people like who get involved in like gang confrontations at school and shoot?
No,
Are you
this
talking
is
about like
these-
the white
this
mass
was-
school shooting things that we're talking about?
You brought up specifically the white children in school shooters. I brought up specifically
Those
when
are
I started
problems.
my argument that, like, yes, we can talk about crime. Yes, we can talk about gang violence. But when we're talking about school shooters, as an example, one of the big problems, one of the big common threads amongst all of them is not having a father at home. The idea that
not having a
anyone
greater
at
income.
this point,
Like, can you
There
tease
it
it out the difference
what
between
fucking liberal fucking stupidity
I'm not a liberal
is this?
at all.
What progressive stupidity is this to simply deny the obvious thing that we have so much data to show that fatherlessness is a serious
you
problem
gave-
for people. It's
Look,
considered
I'm
an
not gonna-
ACE. It's an adverse childhood event as far as ACE triggers are concerned. Yes, it is. There are plenty of studies that control for poverty in terms of drug and alcohol abuse, health outcomes, academic
Link one of
success, teen
those,
pregnancy.
please. Not the
How many
Yeah, this
fucking
is
studies
crazy.
do you want? What is known as common
Just
fucking
one.
knowledge. All right,
Just
fine.
one.
I'll go to Google Scholar and give you a fucking
Please.
study because
But
your
again, what you're
empiricist
trying to do is you're
retardism
saying,
requires
look,
this.
look, you're saying that there
Oh
is
my
a
God.
problem in America with lack of male role models, fatherlessness. Okay, fair enough, but you also have to show that it has led directly to increased school violence, and I don't think this study does. That's
That's
all.
not the argument. That wasn't the argument that I was making. I was basically saying that, like, to me, again, because it's like one of those things where remember when like the mass shootings was trending and people started saying, well, they ignore all of these mass shootings, right? And that they were there was an obvious difference in the mass shootings, right? Because when you start talking about, okay, a guy goes to a freaking to a nightclub and gets into a physical altercation with a person there, and then pulls out a gun and starts shooting at that individual. That's but there are more than 4 people there, then that can be considered a mass shooting. But in this scenario, this is not the same like wanton, white rage that we're talking about that we typically see at these school shootings. This is a person that's responding to a violent altercation, and they're obviously different. So then that's why I'm asking you, like when they're talking about school shootings, because yes, if you go to like inner city schools where some of those kids might have some guns, they're not going there and just wantonly shooting up random people at the school like the white people do. They're involved in like an altercation with an individual and shooting at an individual. And so there would be a school shooting there, but that's obviously different than what we're talking about when we're typically talking about school shootings.
Yes. So I just gave you fatherlessness and crime Google Scholar search since 2018 because to like give you all of the studies, we'd be here for like months. And,
No. I didn't
like,
ask
right?
you whether or not there was an increase between fatherlessness and crime. That's not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you was specifically about the first thing that you talked about, right? All that other non sequitur retardation that everybody else wants to go down on those crazy rabbit holes is beyond me, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm
What are you
specifically asking you, do you have the thing that you're talking about when they're talking about school shooting? Are they talking about, and I really thought I explained this already, but I'll do it again.
Oh my God, just ask the fucking question, dude.
I am
Stop
asking the
gish
question, but I did ask the question last time and you didn't answer. So now I'm having to ask it again and I'm frustrated.
Shut the fuck up and ask the question, idiot.
So actually be patient when I take the time to actually ask you a question and you don't actually
Just
answer.
ask
Then
the
actually be patient
question.
when I re-ask the question. Are we talking about school shootings like such as when you talk about like an You know what? Why am I asking you? I'm just gonna go ahead and dismiss it. I don't want to. I don't want to entertain him anymore. He's being talking to. Move past it.
I just gave you like 30 fucking.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I don't care. No one's asking you. I didn't ask you for studies, you retard. You're retarded. I didn't ask you for studies, you idiot.
Wouldn't we agree though?
Wouldn't we agree
that if we're concerned about?
Why do I come here?
Why does he?
Why do I come here?
I don't know. I wish you wouldn't. You literally ruined panels.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, my
hey,
God.
let's knock it off. Let's knock it
Jesus.
off. Let's knock it off. We love you all.
Freaking
Black
stupid.
There's no moderation and pure stupidity. in
Maybe
this
I
place.
can bridge
Okay.
bridge the gap
Yeah.
here.
Yell at me now. Okay. Lactoid, please go ahead.
Okay. So, if I'm not mistaken, Fennec,
I just
it seems
gave the
like
dude
you're
like
asking
30
for
fucking studies, all from
and I apologize
2018.
if I'm missing the point too. You're asking for a specific study as to single motherhood rate as it affects school shootings. You know, obviously not related to gang shootings, but kind of the random attacks that we commonly is culturally known as school shootings.
Yeah, you got it. He just didn't because he's.
So I don't have one.
It was the first fucking thing I gave you, dipshit.
My
Just looking at all the big school shootings, breakdown of their families.
Let's go.
Idiot. It's okay. Be quiet. Go ahead.
So-
Jesus Christ.
Oh boy. Let's just focus. Lactoid, please.
So what's what Scott's saying is that, well, he has something. I haven't read it over yet, but if we're talking about school safety, yeah, we have to be concerned about like the random school shootings for sure. and we
Dude,
should
it's
plan around
literally
those.
the first
But
thing
at
I
the same
gave
time,
him
like
was
just
the
because
25
school
most
shootings
cited
are
school
sometimes
shootings
gang-related
and a
doesn't mean,
breakdown
like,
of all of
I'm
their
not saying you're
families.
saying that we don't have to care about
Scenario.
those, but I think we should all.
And then
that's
I
part of
show
school
him
violence
tons
too,
of studies on
and that's something
crime,
that
and
we
he's
should
just
also plan around. So when
denying
we're talking about, like,
fatherlessness as
what
a
are the ways
problem
that, like, we can make
or an
schools
effect.
safer, and
It's so
Scott's
fucking
saying, well,
stupid.
here are things that are like contributing to unsafe schools. You know, it could be that single motherhood is related to this, maybe just not specifically on the random attacks, but maybe on overall safety, right?
Well, sure, but Lactoid, but that's an entirely different conversation. Because if we were going to be talking about like what's happening regarding like gang shootings, then the prescriptions are going to be obviously different than what's going to be happening for the white rage shootings, which seem like random and unnecessary and unfounded, right? We obviously understand that the clear and concise correlation between like poverty and crime, poverty and violence, fatherlessness and violence. We get those things, but those don't seem to be the driving force between the white rage shootings, right? Because the white rage shootings, like for example, Columbine, those kids had parents. That wasn't what stopped them. The Uvalde shooting, they had a parent. That they had both parents. That wasn't what stopped him. Or the one
No, he
shooting
didn't.
that happened during that. Yes, he did. Or the one
He
shooting
lived
that
with his
happened.
grandparents because his parents
Oh,
weren't.
actually, I'm sorry.
responsible to take care of
That one wasn't. It was the other one. The one that happened during the pandemic. Clearly, both that person's parents were there, and in fact, his parents were literally trying to flee to Canada and were aware of what was happening. His dad was very much in the home, and in the vast majority of those kind of white rage school shootings, I would probably believe that in most of those cases, those people have fathers at the home. I have no reason to believe that I have no reason to believe otherwise, and I don't.
I
think
literally
that
linked to a fucking study.
I don't think that this retard is actually providing us with any study to say otherwise. He's just talking about random school shooting. I mean, it's random school shootings, which can of course obviously include the ones that are gang related and with all the black folks and so on and so forth. But
I'm literally not. You're fucking lying.
The prescription for these two is obviously different.
Even if
I literally linked to a site that said "School Shooters: The Myth of the Stable Home," and it looked at all of the they're predominantly
Which type of school shootings? Which type of school shootings?
These are the mass shootings that
Does it involve
media garner attention and looked into their family.
Does it include any of the other mass school shootings? Wait, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm sorry. We're just gonna move past that. Yeah, but you got my point, Lactoid. You can respond.
Fucking lying, pivoting piece of shit.
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
So I'll have to read it over, and I will, Scott. But the thing is,
Give me a study. Oh,
and
well,
maybe
I
I'm missing
think
some
your
broader
study
point
is
being made,
lies
but
because reason.
if we're talking about making schools
fuck is this?
safer, it could be that the prescription for addressing white rage shooters and addressing like gang shooters are different. But if we're talking about making but if we're talking about making schools safer, like addressing one is better than addressing zero, and addressing
What
one
I
and
said
addressing both
Fanatic
of
was
them
just gonna
would be the best, right? So we
unnecessarily
can
throw
implement
race
things like
into
what
this
Scott's
and then
talking
just
about,
lie.
like I don't think bringing in fathers is like economically viable. I don't think most people can take one day off a week. But assuming that we had some kind of program like that, maybe that would help reduce, like, maybe not like the weird mass shoot, like the white rage mass shootings, but maybe the other forms of school violence. Maybe it would help reduce that and make schools a safer place overall.
Well, yeah, I would say that it's this. Because if you want to ask me what the actual answer is for the other ones, the gang-related shootings and things like that, I think the obvious answer is just, give Black folks their reparations, help them be able to actually get into a better economic standing that would encourage more fathers to be in the home, and encourage a better culture, and all of those sorts of things. I think that's probably the easiest prescription there. But if you want to start talking about the white ones, a lot of these people are coming from like economically stable homes and things like that with both parents and things like that. And then those people are still going off in this white rage because probably maybe the media lies to them, or, racism, denial, and all that, not denialism, all those other issues. But yeah, so I'm saying that there are totally different prescriptions. So you probably need to identify which one, because the approach to fixing the problem is going to be widely different.
I also want to say one last thing.
Insane.
So I don't agree with a lot of what was just said, obviously, but
Yeah, because it's just Marxist bullshit rhetoric and racism.
one thing I want to
Let
finish
me get it
on.
out.
It's a little bit unrelated, but I was also, while I was looking stuff up, I also looked up some interesting stuff about prayer in schools. And before, in the decade of 1960 and before, the school shootings in the United States didn't go above 20 per decade. And then in the decades after prayer in schools was banned, they start increasing exponentially. It could be a correlation. I want to throw
Definitely
it
a correlation. That's been my point from the very beginning.
Okay. Let's.
I'm just saying, like, you know what else decreased, or I should say increased after prayer in schools got taken out? We have increased diversity in schools. We have increased inclusion with minority communities. Is there a correlation there? Probably not, right? But these two things happened. Some, and a trend line changed. So why
That's
not?
not how
right?
correlations work.
No, that's definitely
There
not.
would
And
be
let's
a
also,
correlation.
Let's not forget the
it
fact
just
that the
wouldn't be
vast
causal.
majority, that like a huge portion of Black folks are still in very segregated schools in different areas, because people, like, segregation is still happening at a de facto level in this country. We're always constantly seeing the news stories about like the people who are being denied like home loans because they're Black, or being told which areas to go to. They've proven this extensively and like in all these different regions. So you still have a lot of people who are incredibly segregated, where you got Black kids that are going to school where it's like almost fully Black and so on and so forth. So
And there's still
maybe
a lot
the
of
only
religious
places where there's
influence in
not.
schools as well.
No,
There's still a lot of religious
where?
influence in schools,
Where?
where,
In what
like, again,
schools?
people would have prayer circles outside their flag.
I don't
at
even
the flagpole
know
in the morning.
what to say
right?
or
This happens
do
all the time.
when you
There
give
are
someone
after-school
multiple
programs in many
studies,
states, like
and then they
Alabama,
just go,
Georgia,
"That's
Texas,
not true."
etc.
It's
But
actually
still,
lack of
they're not
reparations.
officially sponsored by
Like,
schools, of course, but they
that's,
still
like,
exist, right?
What do I even say there? Like, I
to
just
act
go,
as if
"Oh,
we have
okay."
If
entirely
it's not associated with the
removed-
school, then why are you trying to list it as if it's associated with the school?
Because you are trying to imply that it's simply no longer being associated with schools means A, it doesn't exist, and 2B, it has led to this huge increase.
I don't have to say that it doesn't exist. I'm saying that if it's not associated with the school, then that means that it's probably not going to be at the forefront, and therefore then like the benefits that we're talking about aren't going to be largely accessible to the vast majority of people. Those things are going to be like I don't have to go into any more not than that.
Sure.
You obviously
But
get
you
that,
do
so
not
I don't know why
think
you're
that
trying to include
religion's accessible to the majority of children today?
in
America?
schools? Absolutely not.
Okay.
I mean, nigga, this is factual. Like, why are we even arguing
Okay,
this?
I mean, sure.
You're saying sure, and it sounds like you're being sarcastic. Are
Yes,
you
a
willing to
little
admit-
bit, because America, it's very easy for most children, I won't say all, in most
In
communities
school.
to access it. Why does it specifically have to be in school?
Because we're talking about schools right now. So see, that's the dishonest thing that you did.
No,
you
this is-
asked
this
me.
is
You
the-
literally
this is-
asked
this
me
is
the
why you
words.
were retarded.
Do you think
Do
that
you want me to
they're
explain
able to
why you were
access it in
retarded,
school?
or are you just gonna
I said
continue to be
no,
retarded?
not in school.
Apparently
And
you're
then now
still
you're saying, well,
retarded.
why are you talking about it school
We have
specifically?
chosen
Dishonest
retardation
person.
today,
That's why I
guys.
said there's two
We
people I didn't
chose
want to interact with, and you're one of them.
retardation.
Go ahead,
That's
talk to someone else.
pathetic. We're talking
Talk to
about
someone else,
Fabian
you
ruling,
idiots.
we're
Talk to
talking
someone
about
else.
Fabian.
Save
I'll
it
talk
for somebody who
to
actually
Okay,
cares.
okay.
I will talk to
All right.
whoever the fuck I want, and there's not
Of
a
course you will.
goddamn thing you
Yeah.
can do about it.
Oh, there's something I
okay?
could do.
You're
I'm gonna
just-
do it right now. I'll
you're-
just mute you,
okay,
you freaking
okay,
idiot.
mute
You're not
me.
worth talking
Go
to.
ahead,
You're beneath
mute
me.
me all you want.
Wick,
My
I
word is
got
that's-
you.
Wick, what
Because
do you
what
want to
you
say?
say
Oh,
doesn't
Wick.
matter because we've already
Wick,
established. that you
Quick. Talk to me. What did you want to say?
My point is that at least in America, right? At least in the system that we have in America, we are still
Oh, this is
culturally
fucking
largely
hilarious.
religious in many places, and to act as if this influence of religion in our everyday lives is somehow gone, right? Is amazing to me. Obviously, it's not. Obviously, and especially in certain southern communities and things like that, Alabama, Florida, Texas, etc., the Bible Belt, right? These play a large influence in children's lives today. And again, saying that prayer was taken out of school and thus there is no longer this religious influence over kids. Like, again, it's dishonest to frame it as simply a school issue because this is a larger cultural issue. School is one part of the larger cultural umbrella we have. And to fail to understand that, it's just to fail to understand basic concepts, right? And that's fine. And Fanatic's already demonstrated he fails. Failure Fanatic here has failed again to understand basic cultural concepts. And that's fine. That's all I have to say. We'll move on.
Thank you for that.
I mean, so
want
to be fair to Fanatic here, my Israel example is an incredibly religious group with a lot of prayer in schools. But causation is not correlation. But I don't know that. I mean, it would be interesting to see a study on that. Like if there actually is like a study on like a school where religious practices were banned and then they were instituted later to see like if like there's like, something more closely measurable. But I would say that there is something to be said about the Christian ethos, right? And what that does as a whole, right? Like not one individual part of it, like prayer in schools, but like the, a lack of our culture has clearly gone through a secularized kind of movement that has brought with it a lot of other things, including fatherlessness, right? I mean, like, we used to, in 1960, 5.3% of children were born out of wedlock in America. Now it's 40.6. You can't say that that's not in some part due to a lack of, or a growing kind of like secular environment, right? So there's a lot of factors that are going to interweb, right? No fault divorces is going to be part of it, right? Like women's rights is going to be part of it, but some of that's going to be lack of religion.
I don't know. I think, look, I guess that would play some part, but I would look to other sources before blaming it there, right?
Wait,
like
how would that not have an effect? It literally bans
I literally said
sex out of wedlock.
I literally said just now that it would have some effect. All right, that would have part of it. Right? That'll be part of it. Okay. I guess I would also first look to socioeconomic conditions, right? Like, do we have the socioeconomic conditions that are conducive to families forming and staying together? Looking at our
we have welfare.
state.
Unfortunately, we have welfare. If we got rid of welfare, we'd have better families.
We don't have.
But our carceral state will be part of that, right? I'm sorry, I could come up with a bunch of other answers as well. But yes, like you've seen, secularization could have an issue, right? Or people are more willing to divorce when before they weren't willing to divorce. Yeah, sure, but is that always even necessarily a bad thing? No, it isn't.
Right, but
so
39% of school-age children, grades 1 through 12, are in a single mom household. That's a problem.
I'm not saying it's not a problem.
So Scott, then I would ask you, why is this? So, especially when it comes to mass shootings, why is it uniquely sort of largely the United States? As in, like the EU, I'll link it in the Discord. The EU, there's a rise of single parent families, or largely single mothers, across the world. Okay, and if you look at the outcomes in terms of like single mothers in the EU versus single mothers in the United States, single parent families in the EU fare better, not because they've gotten rid of welfare, because there's more benefits, more support for single parent families. So you need to explain to me if it's like exclusively fatherlessness why is fatherlessness less of an issue in the EU and not in the United States?
Well, I wouldn't claim that it's less of an issue in the EU, but you're only talking about school shootings at that point. And I'm like, there's no
Across all
there's no
measures.
lessening. So you're saying that suicidality rate isn't a problem in the EU as well?
No, it's less of a problem. Same with crime as well. A bunch of statistics or outcomes for sure.
You have different countries, different cultures, different demographics, right? So but the idea that like if you're looking at the other ones, you're saying, oh, it's slightly less, and that must be because welfare good. Like,
no, it's
you know what I mean? Like,
significantly less. Like,
okay, so
I
what
linked you
is the suicide? Do you have a link for the suicidality rate amongst teenagers is significantly less? And I don't just mean statistically significantly, but colloquially.
So I've linked it to you previously, but I'll link it again, especially when it comes to like deaths of despair. And this is something that they highlight in terms of like, the United States appears to be an outlier, as in like when it comes to single parent families. The US
can you show the trend? Is there one that shows a trend, like the percentile increase per capita of suicidality over the last like 10 or 20 years in the EU compared to the US? Because I think that's going to be far more important, because maybe we can actually isolate some variables here and determine whether or not the EU's culture or their other things are a factor. Because if they have the same relative increase, then we kind of have our answer.
Yeah, but I'm gonna link it in a moment. But I linked it to you previously. It's gonna be like roughly the same graph.
We'll go
Yeah,
to Doobie.
What? Okay, cool.
While you guys are getting yourself together, we'll go to Doobie. And I've not finished with Fnatic. I actually would like to talk about the prayer thing. But Doobie, please.
Just get mad and mute you too. But...
Well, so I was looking through
This probability of death. This isn't dealing with.
I looked at the thing that Scott posted, right? That listed all the school shooters, 56 of them, I think, going back to the 60s, and then found that only like 18% of them had stable households. And I heard Fnatic's concerns, right? That hey, sometimes they will list gang violence as like a school shooting. So I went through each of these people, because it does have their names there, one by one, and it seems like they didn't do that. Right? They're not listing gang activity. They're not listing fights that got out of hand. They're listing people who showed up at school and started shooting people, or killed the parents, or killed someone else somewhere else, and then went to school and shot up the classroom or whatever the fuck. And it seems like in this group of 65 people, I think it is, or I'm sorry, 56 people. Only 18% had stable households. And to be clear, like the ones that didn't have stable households, that doesn't mean it was a single parent. In some cases, like the father was beating the kids, the parents were alcoholics or drug addicts, et cetera, et cetera. Right. So a stable household doesn't mean, both your parents are there.
Yeah, the majority still didn't have a father in the household, but you're right. There was, there was other factors. They were looking at like trying to isolate like everything in terms of, they were trying to debunk this idea, this myth that is out there that like mass shooters, school shooters have like, they come from like a good family and like no one could have seen this coming. It's like, no, the overwhelming majority of them have really fucked up home lives, and the overwhelming majority of them don't have a father in the household.
The problem with the
unfortunately,
study
that would make sense, right?
Yeah, the problem with the study, at least the one you linked, is they don't give any methodology. They stick to how did they choose these 56 particular school shooters? I don't know. Like I can't really deal with this study because there's nothing there. It just lists 56, as far as I know, at random school shooters, and then goes and looks at what their household was like. And so I would just like to see something more.
It was just I think there's another one that goes with it. I was trying to see if I can find it, but it was the most reported mass shooters, right? So they weren't trying to look at like every mass shooter, but instead they were trying to look at like these ones that are in the media all the time, like these, like the ones that get all of this attention that like everyone is talking about. To be like, no, these shooters
I would say that's a silly variable to use to choose, but that's me. I don't know, like so.
Right, but it's about debunking the myth of that specifically. Like it's not about
these are the ones that are getting all the attention, and somehow the myth exists that they're all coming from stable household.
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think that these are. First off, I would say that the vast majority of these people are literally unknown to the vast majority of people, both watching this panel and at large. I think if I was to poll people with like 90% of these names, people don't know them. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know how they're quantifying these as getting the most media attention. But really, what's really interesting to me is I decided, let me go through some of this list myself. I stopped at the second one, Edward Alloway. father alcoholic factory worker. That's what we're talking about now.
Father in the home.
Well, yeah, not just in the home, had a job, but because he was an alcoholic, that means that this is one that we'll call as unstable.
Yeah, having an alcoholic parent is an unstable household, Fanatic.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, you're right.
Alcoholism can be.
Woo, we hear that's some
rough.
white fragility today. Let's keep going.
Wait, hold on. Why would you call that white fragility? Do you think that's?
Oh, you know
because
exactly
it's
why the freak I'd call it white
Well, it's because
fragility.
you're racist, right? But, so,
Sure.
hold on.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
say
okay,
it.
but so an alcoholic
He's a
parent, you think that's
science-denying
going to be a
racist
stable
on
living
top.
environment for a child?
You said what's that? I'm sorry.
You think an alcoholic parent is going to be able to provide a stable living environment for a child?
Probably not. I don't think that would be entirely stable, but I think it's really insane to me that we're looking for justifications and reasons for why these white folks are shooting up these schools, yet we obviously see like how much black people have to endure, yet we're not shooting up schools at the same rates. Why do you think that is? Do you not think that alcoholism is more prevalent in the black community than it is? Do you not think that more unstable homes are found in the black community than they are in the white community?
Yeah, we have plenty of examples of
When we have
black
data
race,
that
right?
shows that 75% of black babies are born out of wedlock, and then you have the audacity to try to say, well, the reason why these white folks are shooting up these schools is because of unstable homes. You got to understand the mismatch here.
But Fanatic, on the black side, you have a culture that pushes them into like gangs and whatnot, and we have plenty of examples of random black rage happening all over the fucking country all the time,
Random black rage resulting in school
Yes.
shootings?
resulting in murder, resulting in just people being beaten to death, and the fucking
Yeah, most of the
streets for
time, I don't
fucking
think it's
reason.
random white rage. Most of the
Hold on,
time, most of the violence that we're
hold on.
talking about when we're talking
Hold on,
about
don't go
like,
back to
the
white
violence that black
rage.
people go back.
Are you
No,
gonna
no, no, no.
acknowledge
I'm
that
not going back to
black
white
rage-
rage.
the
I'm saying that
problem
most of the
with
violence that we're
black
talking
rage
about when we're
exists in
talking
the
about black
United
folks is
of
talking about
random
gang
attacks on black
violence.
people against
Most of the
people that are
homicides
walking down the
associated with
street
black
without
people
Right.
is gang
One at a time.
violence. It's not just random
That's
black
not what I'm
rage.
talking about.
It's-
That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, so then what
I'm
are you talking
random
about
attacks.
specifically?
I can find you plenty of examples. We just Google it for 10 fucking
Sure,
seconds.
you can find an
of
example of
random attacks,
anything.
black
Of course,
people
we're a
attacking
country of over
Asian
36
women,
million people.
attacking white
336
people,
million
attacking
people.
random
Of course,
people
you can
that
find
walk
that.
down the
What the
street.
fuck are you
Would I
talking
call that
about?
black
Doobie,
rage
Oh,
because
he's
they
not
did it
worth
at random?
engaging in either.
Okay, of
Doobie,
course.
you can go to the Mother Jones article I linked you a while ago. That one has a lot of examples. You can.
Yeah, there's tons of examples of black people just randomly attacking people in the street that weren't involved in any arguments or gangs or anything like this, just walking by and punching somebody in the fucking face or kicking them down the stairs or beating the shit out of them or whatever the fuck, right? For no fucking reason. Are we going to call that black rage? Like, is that what you want to call that?
Fanatic.
Why am I? Don't ask me to engage with this. This is stupid. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
of course.
Well, hold on.
Right. So now it's three people on the panel you refuse to engage with, and you pivot and scream and you deny science.
I'm screaming.
And then just,
I'm screaming.
And just put
You're
random
absolutely
racist
right.
shit out
Let
there.
me
I'm screaming.
let me give it a try. Right. So, Fanatic.
That's
it
right.
be
You're black.
that-
Maybe he'll talk to you.
More likely than Fabian. That's for sure.
Got that skinship going on. But Fanatic. So in terms of like this expression of violence, right? You're saying that if we look at poverty and like the ravages of poverty, that so many more African American kids have to deal with that, and maybe even more severely than white children, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And then you're trying to say that because of that, like if we look at the rates, right, of these school shootings, if you're relating that to the ravages of poverty or things associated with it, like fatherlessness or alcoholism and that stuff, right? You would say that, well, if we look at it over on the black side, and we don't have this same sort of outrage expressed in that way, in terms of specifically school shootings, right? And the mass school shootings and the way that people think of, right? Am I following correctly?
Sure.
So
for
far?
the most part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. All right. Could it be that it, and I think this is where Doobie was trying to go, that it's not simply that that black individuals don't do these things, is that it's simply expressed in a different way. That outrage, that different populations express these symptoms in different ways.
The reason why I wouldn't even interact if Doobie was saying something so ridiculous and retarded is because if the conversation that we're having is specifically about school shootings, then to pivot to another point and say, well, look, maybe black people aren't shooting schools, but they are doing other things, then basically what you're just making the argument for, hey, fatherlessness in the home and these other adverse situations are bad, which we all know that, but we're not talking about whether these things are bad. What we're talking about is if they're related to school shootings. And if they're related to school shootings and they are also present in niggas, but niggas ain't going and shooting up schools, then that means that that's probably not what's causing these school shootings. So it sounds like you're either just choosing to ignore that, or I don't know what the freak, but that can't be the cause, right?
Fanatic, have you? Because this is speculation, right? But it
the
seems
dumbest
like
thing I've ever heard.
Well, it's
baby, no one's talking to you. Move on.
It's
I'm
speculation.
sorry, go ahead, Lactoid.
But like it could be because we're seeing random white rage attacks and then
it's not how basic science works.
When it's black people who are shooting in schools, it's usually related to a gang. Could it be that with if gangs weren't because white kids aren't getting invited to gangs, if gangs weren't so common among the black population, you would have more black rage shootings in the same way you have white rage shootings, because the people who would to get that rage or whatever, who have those rage issues, like the black ones have an easier time joining a gang. Could that be something here?
No, I don't think so. And the reason why is because, look, for one, the reason why we call it white rage is because to me, it makes sense to me. When it's typically when you see higher incidences of violence associated with poverty or higher incidences of violence associated with other adversity, those things make sense. But what we find a lot of times when it comes to white people is that they have some of these incidents of violence that aren't directly related to anything, where it's whoa, it's really crazy. He was a quiet kid, stuck to himself. I never would have imagined anything like this. And then he goes and shoots up a school. And so it seems like there's something else happening here, where there's this unfounded rage that doesn't make any freaking sense, considering all of the benefits and privilege and opportunities these people have, some of them coming from stable homes and things like that. And that's what I'm talking about. So
Sure.
yes, is it possible? I mean, you could probably try your best. You could probably try your best to sit here and say well, maybe it's just that the black people are finding other outlets for their rage. But here's the craziest thing: when the vast majority of black people are from broken homes or not from are born out of wedlock, 75%, you gotta see some sort of correlation there, but you're not. So to me, it's this is the most unfounded, spurious connection you could possibly make.
No,
Okay,
this
so
is
Scott-
the same.
I just want to ask.
Sorry.
No, you don't, Scott. Don't talk to me, nigga. No one's talking to you.
I want Lactoid to finish your point. And I want to hear from Corey, then Scott, then Wick. Okay.
One last question, and this is related to this, because with the link that Scott put forward said that, well, actually, it seems like even the white school shooters have pretty broken households. But if it's not attributed, if your theory here is that this increase of white male rage shootings is not necessarily attributed to the reaction that white students have to broken homes as opposed to other outlets. I mean, do you have any theory as to why this is happening? I mean, that you can say that not violating TOS, I guess.
As to why this thing is happening?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, look, it's really, if you just look at it, I mean, it's I probably shouldn't say what my theories are, but what I will say is, I would say that this list is not an actual study. No, I didn't say anything. I didn't even say what the reason is. You can't accuse me of racism if I haven't even said what it is. I'm just saying that, there's, some folks have had some issues and they're doing some crazy stuff. Maybe it could be calcified pineal glands. Who the freak knows? All I know is that there is a specific race that has this association and the other one doesn't. So I think when you start trying to make these
He doesn't even hear you. So hold on.
I don't care. Other people need.
Okay, I'll have to look up calcified pineal gland. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure.
I can tell you all about it.
No, he can't. Ask him, Prime. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't even know what that means.
Okay, before
no, I can tell you all fucking about this racist conspiracy theory shit.
You are okay. Both of you, Scott and Wick, you are both up, right? After our friend Corey, who's talked much less than both of you, right? I just want to ask one other question before we go to our friend Corey. And could it not be the case that looking at moving away from school shootings, right? Looking at abused kids, kids that were sexually abused. Some of them, a portion, I don't know how big that portion is, but a portion of them will grow up and reoffend, right? They'll take that, they'll someone assaulted them, and then they will assault someone in the later years, right? Now you could say, well, you have this large population of individuals. Why isn't it the case that all of them are offending, right? In that way, right? Grow up to be like offenders. Could it maybe? But you wouldn't say that, like, well, them being assaulted as children had nothing to do with it. Could then maybe be the case that there's multiple variables, right? So, if looking at that school shooting list, like if we look at that and see like there's a lot of fatherlessness, right? Well, that's one ingredient. And then maybe we have poverty, or maybe a lack of a support system, right? And then something else, right? We could come up with a whole list of these things, right? So that all comes together, and that equals this problem, right? Like to get a kid that'll do these types of things, you have to have a confluence of factors, and that equals school.
And one of those things is whiteness. It seems like, because otherwise, I don't understand why so many of these things are Caucasian in nature.
Okay.
Okay, but could whiteness be expressed as in this particular
School shootings?
case?
Well, yeah, it obviously is.
Could whiteness be rather than like skin color, right? Which I'm not entirely sure you're necessarily trying to say, but like
No, he's literally saying that
how
with pineal
society. Maybe he is. Okay, so I'm gonna look that up. But maybe how society treats white people, how they're able to move through society. So those white individuals, right? Like
Being treated too nice, and so they just don't know how to contain themselves. What
so
the fuck else could it be?
It's like a cultural, like literally a cultural artifact, right, within our society. And so maybe like that comes with an entitledness, right? Not them being white, but being entitled. Like I am white and I'm supposed to be in charge of the world. That would fulfill your qualification of whiteness, but it wouldn't be because of their white skin.
Sure, it would be like that sense of like, yo, I'm supposed to be in charge of the world. This is why I can oppress everybody else, and so on and so forth, and why I don't have any accountability, and all of those kinds of things, which could lead to a school shooting. I could see the pressure that they have to like kind of redo what their ancestors did and be oppressive to the people around. I could see that leading to it. Sure, that's fair.
Okay, all right, Corey.
Okay,
This is crazy.
So I'm going to attempt to build a bridge, and I might be very poor at it. I think there's a point to be made in terms of like, so I'm going to link 2 studies in the Discord chat in terms of like, to my point of like mass shootings and the association between, income inequality and mass shootings. There's at least 2 studies that I'm going to link. So when it comes to, what, to your point, Fanatic, of why is, mass shootings maybe disproportionately carried out by white people, and that, all the features that Scott brings up, like it happens in the black communities, but you're not seeing these mass shootings. I think a potential explanation, especially if there's an association between income inequality and mass shootings, which there is, but an association, well, marginalized communities have remained, there's been improvements, but they've remained marginalized, and that they are still largely economically disadvantaged. As opposed to in the white community, now they're sort of some of them are getting a taste of maybe what it's like to be marginalized, and the mass shootings might be their way of expressing that violence. In terms of it's they don't have necessarily the exposure to gangs, or as Lactoid brought up, they're not invited to gangs. Whether that's how it works or not, I have no idea. But sort of as a result of the growing income inequality. Whereas in black communities, I don't know for sure, but I would sort of suspect that within sort of the isolated black communities, it's equal, but they're are obviously largely disadvantaged, as opposed to in white communities. When white communities are compared to other white communities, there's this growing income inequality, and therefore you might be seeing this increase in mass shootings isolated to white people.
I could see that maybe, and that's very possible. I just hope that maybe someone can find a study that shows that. Look, I'm the only. There's only a few black people on this panel. I'm hoping that maybe some of you white guys could actually explain to me why your people are doing that, doing these things. I don't know for sure. I'm just throwing out.
Well, I can tell you why it's not. I'll be clear why it's not.
That's my working hypothesis.
It could be
not white.
Look,
I'm not white.
Why it's not.
Wait, what are you?
The tone of my skin has nothing to do with how violent I are. If you honestly believe that the tone of your skin has anything to do, right? You might as well mute it. You don't understand these concepts. That's okay. The grown-ups are talking. So why don't you sit your ass down and listen for a minute? So the idea to suggest that the tone of someone's skin has anything to do with how violent they are. It's just straight up racism. It's David Duke shit. It's David Duke shit. And I want to call that out, and I want to be very, very clear right now. Race essentialism, race realism, that's some bullshit. And yeah, it's just telling, right, who this is coming from. Like, I just want people to remember this for his arguments. That some people don't care about racism. They only care when it happens to them. That's all. That's all I have to say.
No, I think he has a
Go.
point. You know, I was sitting in class and I was thinking, I just have this urge just to press, and I just can't get it out. Okay.
That's why he comes here. That's why he comes on the prize channel, right? He's gonna oppress me with
Right.
libertarian ideas. Thank you so much, Scott.
Maybe there will be a substantive conversation. I doubt it. On the second topic, maybe someday Corey Campbell and I can, talk together, where we can be done with the screaming about the data, because we tend to have those conversations from time to time, actually looking into
Among
the
white
data.
men. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Well,
I'm
I mean,
kidding,
among
but
people that are
I'm
actually looking at
kidding.
it. But in terms of, you can't even explain the pineal gland thing that he just kind of snuck in there, right? Just in case you're curious what pineal gland calcification is all about. It's a bunch of pseudoscientific garbage from racists that believe that because of the part of the human evolution, we lost our melanin in order to adapt to living and moving into Europe, and that lack of melanin actually created deformed brains, and that we're not spiritually
David Duke
connected,
shit. Right.
and that our brain is damaged from being in environments where our skin is too white, and that this makes us inherently oppressors and violent people, and that black people are more spiritually connected and their brains aren't malformed because we as humans evolved in Africa and we're meant to be under an African climate, and that's the area that like our body is suited for, and white people, and that this suggesting that is what he's suggesting is that white people are inherently evil, violent oppressors from genetic race realism, and that our brains could be damaged from our lack of melanin, and that we're fucked up.
I looked it up, and it says the pineal gland doesn't make melatonin.
Yeah,
Which are different
melatonin.
things.
It's
Yeah.
but
Fall
it's
asleep.
a connection. It's a connection between the skin color and the supposed damage of it.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
never heard
yeah,
of that
But
before.
what does melatonin do for us though? Like, right? Melatonin is like it's a good thing. It helps us to be more relaxed and things like that. And so then it's like, yeah, I can imagine the amount of rage that would, like I don't have to
you
explain
can,
any further.
yeah.
Thanks, Fabian, for giving everyone a rundown on what the pineal gland is. I get it. Like it's.
I mean, do you have a source that like disproves this, Scott? I'm just curious.
I don't think he does. I
I'm
guarantee
not-
he doesn't. He's calling it pseudo-intellectualism. I guarantee you can't find me a single study that shows that white people's pineal glands aren't calcified or anything like that. It's crazy.
You know what? I didn't come prepared tonight to talk about whether or not police officers should be in schools or private security, to have to debunk black racist race realism. So
Black
I
people can't be
apologize.
racist.
Yeah,
That's bait.
I
That's
get
bait. Don't take it. Don't take it. It's bait.
Okay.
I mean,
wow.
you know what I mean? Like, if you get him mad enough, the Marx comes out in him, It's just, the philosophy speaks
Power
through him.
plus prejudice, right? You can't.
It's just very unchristian of him. That's all.
Okay. All right. Speaking of which, I didn't get a chance to talk about what I want to talk about, which is the
Religion?
religion in school. Yeah. Because I think. All right. I'll try. We got some time remaining, but sorry.
Yep.
Before I do that, Waterkai and Doobie, since you guys haven't had a chance to talk, before I jump in, do you have anything to add?
I've been wanting to say for a while, I don't agree with having random dads in schools. If some random dude decided to talk to my kid, I'd have an issue with it. The same with if an officer tried to break up a fight and my kid came home and said, yeah, the officer had his hand by his taser the whole time. I was real shook, and now my kid needs counseling. I'm not cool with that either. So that was where I was trying to get to.
Yeah, just really quick to add on top of that, to piggyback off of that. Like, if you remember, there was that situation where there was those kids and they were fighting, and the cops go over there. The white kid had aggressed on the black kid. They go over there and they immediately start arresting the black kid while they just go ahead and have the white kid sit down. Like, are you okay? While they're arresting the black kid, and the black kid was the one that had been aggressed upon, and all those kind of things. We've seen how those kind of situations go. It's gross.
Let's go to Doobie. Do
Like
you have anything to add?
random black racism. Bro.
Not really. I found it really interesting that Fnatic was so willing to get into the race equals crime thing, given the disproportionate amount of violent crime that Black people committing in the United States, like across the board, sexual assault, robberies,
white people rape
kidnapping,
more by a
murder,
lot. The numbers are there.
murder. No, that's not true.
No, factually,
hold on.
Factually, the majority of sexual
hold on.
assaulters and
I didn't
sexual
say
offenders are white folks.
majority. I said disproportionately to their population size. That's what I said. Right. So if you're
I'm
gonna
pretty
disagree with
sure
that,
white
like, I
people are
don't.
like
You're fucking
75%
crazy.
of all rapes.
You're just fucking crazy if you're gonna disagree with that. Black people
No,
are disproportionately
No.
across the
But-
board. If you want to single
okay.
out rape because it makes you feel better, you can. Do
Well, no,
that.
that was just
But
one of the
across
things that you
the board,
mentioned.
Black
Not
people are
even for
far
rape.
more
Not even
more
for
like than
rape.
any other people are
That was just
disproportionately
one of the things you
represented
mentioned.
in violent crime in this country. So I think it's really interesting that you'd even want to get into the fucking tying race to violent crime shit. It's really fucking weird.
I'm not trying race to all that violent crime. What I did say for sure is
Specifically, school shootings.
no.
You
Well,
call-
yeah,
calling it
specifically
white
the school
rage?
shootings. Well,
As
it
if we
is a
don't have
form of white
examples
rage.
of random black violence all over the fucking United States every
Well,
fucking day.
I feel
Look,
like
if
hey,
this
listen,
was a
if
white
we can
person saying
engage,
this about
'cause, like,
blacks or Jews, he'd be kicked off the panel. And he'd
Well,
probably
You're,
get in
Fanatic,
trouble
you're
for
literally you're
Twitch.
on some Nick Fuentes shit right now, Fanatic. Like literally.
What are you talking?
Yeah,
you
This is
are,
crazy.
absolutely
Y'all
David
you
this
are.
shit. Like,
Y'all
no,
are
If
nuts.
we were to swap
Okay,
the
I guess I'm
races,
just not supposed
like,
to
hey,
have
well,
opinions.
black people, they just have a warrior gene, and this just leads them to being more violent and being more aggressive and attacking people and raping people, wanting to murder people, etc., etc.
Go there. This is crazy.
This is on the level of the shit that you were doing.
He's just asking questions.
You're at like
okay?
Nick
That's all.
Fuentes level.
Right, I'm saying that I can't even ask questions. They don't want me to ask questions. I just gotta
It's
sit
fine
here
to
and
ask
just-
questions. I just think it's
crazy.
strange that you didn't even want to get into that, given the
It's
disproportionate amount
a
of violent crime
good
black
lesson
people
for
black
my
people in the United
audience, at
States.
least.
But I accept
It's
that
strange
black
for
people.
my
I accept that black people commit a large amount of violent crime.
every day.
I've never denied that in any
Random old
capacity. The
ladies
thing is,
getting
what I'm
punched
always
in the
pointing
face
out
for no
that
fucking
is
reason
we can trace,
by
we can
black
tie
women
black
just for walking
violent
by.
crime to things like poverty and things like that. Like we can tie those things. It seems like even in absence of poverty, that white
the
rage
point-
knows no
But the
bounds.
point, Fanatic,
That's the difference.
the
I don't
point Scott was
understand why we
making
would
is
even be trying to
that
make
what
this
you just said
correlation
is a
when we know
myth.
that.
What you just said is a
Knows no
myth.
bounds.
Because
Gang,
these
white
school
rage
shooters,
knows no
these school
bounds.
shooters that
We're
you're talking
coming
about,
for you.
Dibby.
actually, most of these people come from broken homes, dysfunctional families, impoverished homes.
I don't think there's
What
any
you
way
just
for you
said
to
is a
prove that.
myth. Well, we pulled up a couple studies about it. Pull up
No,
something.
wait. That wasn't a study. That wasn't a
Pulls
study.
up something
number one.
that pulls
That
up
wasn't a
something
study.
that disproves that idea. That
No,
proves
no,
this-
that wasn't a
this myth that
study.
you're pushing.
So if you
Pull
got
up
a study to
something,
prove that, that's
anything
one thing.
that
But just to
disproves-
prove
that
a
proves this myth
guy
that
who
you're
was
pushing.
selection bias,
Or is this
who's
just a
listing
feeling
things
that you
like,
have? You
well,
just
his
have a
dad
feeling
was an
that people
alcoholic, so
come from
that
stable
justifies it. Freak out
Hold
of
on,
here.
hold on. Do you
If
just
you're
have a
setting the
feeling
bar solo as
that
an
these people come from
alcoholic
stable
father,
homes, or is there
I'm
something that
sorry,
you're looking
buddy.
to
Go ahead,
that you're
Gibby.
pointing to prove this? Or is it just a feeling? Because you haven't posted anything that would indicate that what you're saying is true.
So here's the craziest thing, Badoobie. When people tell me to post things like in order to prove points and stuff, I got you. I'm willing to do that unless it's something that where we obviously know that this is like facts.
It's
right?
not
Like,
obvious.
Nobody
obviously
here.
not obvious to
Nobody.
anybody
Okay,
here.
wait,
We're all
hold on.
disagreeing with
Okay, I got you. So let me just ask you this question: are the vast majority of school shooters white?
Yes.
Okay, so why do I need a study to prove that? What are
Hold
you
on,
talking about?
that's fucking stupid.
Why
Right?
are
Because
you
what we're
lying?
talking about isn't just that they're white; it's that these people specifically come from broken homes. Typically, right? They're not coming from stable homes. Being white doesn't equal stable home. That's a pretty racist fucking thing for you to think.
That's racist. I'm just
Yeah.
saying. Okay,
Why would
do
you
we not-
assume that a white person comes from a stable home?
Do you? I'm sorry. Do you think that I didn't say that? Number one, I'm not making the statement that white people all come from
Obviously,
stable
you're not-
homes.
you're
But
not-
what I am making the statement is that white people come from more stable homes on average than black folks.
We're not
yet
talking
white
about the
people-
average white person.
Right,
We're talking about school shooters.
I got you. But if we're going to say that white people on average come from more stable homes than black people, yet white people make
We're
up
talking
the
about school shooters.
But I got you. And yet white people make up. This is a compound logic here. White people the majority of white people come from stable homes. The majority of school shooters are white people. Yet, so if stable homes are the factor that are leading towards these school shootings, then it seems like that there's a mismatch here, right?
Again, we're not talking about the average white person. We're talking about outliers within this group. And to be clear, there are school shooters of other races. In fact, I found just in my fucking
Sure, they
10 minutes of
exist, they're
Google.
just rare.
Stop. No, just in my 10 minutes of Google searching, I found multiple articles that said, I didn't have a chance to look through them, that it's actually proportioned to the population. right? So you're going to find that white people are the majority, but you're also going to find that every other racial group has school shooters that is closely linked to the proportion of the population of that race is.
So you're saying that?
So what I'm saying,
that's not fact. Show me that. Link me that. Link it.
Okay,
You said you
haven't
found
linked shit. I'm not gonna link anything. Link something that proves the myth that you're link something.
No. You're asking me to prove the thing that we already know. Prove that school shooters are white.
Not white people.
Prove that they got raped.
Not white people.
Prove that white people have calcified pineal glands.
Shooters specifically.
Why are you asking me to prove things that we all know?
Post that.
Okay.
Don't just say that we know it's true.
So I gotta prove things like white people have calcified pineal glands. I gotta prove that school shooters are white. I gotta prove the stuff that we all know.
That's the fucking lie that you're pushing.
Okay, it's not.
Why would I prove the things that we already know and accept?
Yeah, we're just gonna accept the bullshit because you said it, of course.
Look,
no, you agree. You know that the vast majority of school shooters are white.
That's not what we're talking about. That is not what we're talking about.
Therefore,
you're lying right now.
Therefore, after this problem, it's like this is a fact. Therefore, this must be true because of this fact. And I think that's where you're missing everyone, Fanatic. And I know you can't hear me, but it doesn't fucking matter, right? So when you make a claim like this is a data point, this is true, this is what we can see, and then you extrapolate from that claim in these wild ways, saying, well, calcified pineal glands means that white people are more prone to rage and violence. It's wild and it's weird and it's just not scientific. It's not data driven. It's crazy, to be frank. It's clown shit.
Just bottom line, no people, no matter what race they're from, have any innate particular characteristic that is going to be just them. No people are more violent. No people are more prone to steal. No people are prone to any of these things that we're saying. It is purely based on whatever they go through in life and the status that they're in.
I agree with that, Lee.
I don't know, that whole thing about white rage doesn't seem to me entirely untrue. Look, when I think of endless white rage, I think of my friend Lactoid here. Right, this is why my pet name for him is the Incredible Hulk, because once this man gets started, you can't stop him, right? So
one time I get mad, one time, all of a sudden I'm like white rage.
We saw we did see what had happened, and the thing is that we just got to be smart, and you're strategic with it. When you're like doing things that can upset some types of people, some people, automatically to hold back a little bit, and like I might take little jabs, like I'll call him lactate and stuff, but you see me always peppering it up also and saying things like he's one of the best people to interact with in these panels, because I know that there's limits to how far you can push him. I want schools to be safe. Aside from just arming them, aside from what you guys are talking about with more armed guards and things like that, I think we choose how we can keep schools safe with some of our interactions, and I choose and govern my actions accordingly. And that's what I'm doing here.
Just be nice
the
to white
solution
people.
was reparations.
But yeah,
the solution was
look.
Science denial and then reparations, and then to turn the entire conversation about race, because you're a racist. I know you can't hear me, but like the audience should know that. Like you shouldn't be invited to panels. Like,
I can hear you. You're just
can't have a substantive conversation.
It seems like the problem to me is that we're trying to distill it to one thing, or at least the conversation is being pushed in that direction, but I don't think that anyone here is really trying to do that. So I don't think Scott is trying to say, and maybe I'm wrong, Scott, so you can correct me if I am, that fatherlessness is the only variable here.
Obviously not.
Right? Okay, right?
And I'm not saying white skin is the only variable either. I wasn't saying that.
Dog, you're just a known racist
You're
piece of
saying
shit.
it's a variable, though.
Like just own it. You think white people are inferior because of our fucked up brain. Like just fucking own it.
So here's the data. Here's the data on number of mass shootings in the United States between 1982 and 22 by race. 70 of those things were white, 21 were black, 11 were Latino, 8 were Asian, 5 were other, 3 were Native American. So then if
you realize you make up 13% of the population, right? Like you just said that black people were overrepresented in mass shootings. Like you just said, here's my own.
We make up 13% of the population. What percentage of the population do white people make?
About
Well,
It's from
50?
1960s. So
You
what
think
would
white
that
people make up 70% of the population? No.
Might
Don't
be-
you do
it
that
might
to
be
me like.
so including like Hispanic whites, it's probably
No,
like 75.
No, they
Yeah.
distinguish whites. They distinguish whites and Hispanics.
Yeah, well,
We
what
didn't
was
look
the
at the
number? It's 50,
methodology.
right?
So it
It's
depends,
close to
right? So
50?
you have like Hispanic
Currently-
whites.
Now you want to know the methodology,
No,
and that's fine.
currently-
You can. I'm just
currently-
saying that it's not proportionate. Y'all white folks have been going
Currently-
ham, and I'm not
So-
trying
so
to
it
piss
could
you
be
off. I'm just
black
being
people and
honest
white
with you.
people are just
You know that your
currently-
people have been going ham, and you need to get them.
Currently, it was.
Sounds like the
currently,
Asians are
it's
just getting the short end of the
55%.
stick.
It
Watch
was.
it, Lactoid.
Currently, it is.
That's
it's
racist.
roughly 55%.
I
But if you're
got you,
going
Lactate.
all the way
you
back
hear
to the
Lactate, he's taking shots,
you're
and
going
nobody's gonna call
all
him
the
out.
way-
He's not racist because he's white. See, Fabian won't call out Lactate when he makes racist statements. That was
didn't make a
obviously a
racist
double
statement.
entendre.
I didn't make a racist statement.
He said
Currently,
Asian
the
people are
population-
getting the short end of the stick. What do you think he means by
Yeah,
that?
what I could say, well, hold on, based on the numbers you put forward, it seems like both
Current-
white people and black people are
Are you-
overrepresented in committing shootings. Asian people just don't seem to do it as much, according to what you
Currently,
said.
currently, white people make up about 55-56% of the population. Okay, but if you go back to the 1960s, I don't know the exact. You said it was
Said he
starting in the
80s
60s.
to the 2020.
Was it the 80s? Okay,
Between
no,
82 and
82.
2020.
Okay, so even if we go back to 82, you'd be at like 65%. So white people
Is it
and
in
blacks would
82?
be
And was it
overrepresented.
what is 65 and 82?
Let's look at the 1980s. Let's look at the 1980s
Yeah, look it up.
census.
Yeah, look it up.
Either way,
I don't
almost
think it
like
would've been 65%
white and
because I know
black people seem to be
our population
overrepresented
stayed
in this
pretty
statistic
similar all
here.
this time. It's like-
And I don't
yeah,
think that
it's-
we can,
so-
once again, skin tone
I don't
doesn't
know. I
matter
know, it's
here.
fine.
I don't think
Maybe-
skin tone matters
maybe.
in this case.
I would
Maybe
like
it's
to know
a
those
brave
numbers.
case.
Oh, no, sorry, Fanatic, I can hear you. But
I was talking to him. I was
Uh,
talking to Fabian.
but
He has me muted
Talking
because
over
I'm
Wick.
dumb when I
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
muted.
So
Oh,
why do
I'm
you think
sorry,
black
my
people
bad.
are overrepresented in that number that you read out?
It's probably
black
because
race?
I would imagine that it's because they're listing
Gang.
school shooting. It's because they're listing all of these like mass shootings, like I said earlier, where there like might be a
Of course.
situation where you have like a gang confrontation and things like that, and so then they'll try to label that as the same ones as these white rage shootings.
Oh, I see. So wait, so how do we know that none of the 70% in the white category aren't like those situations where there's some kind of fight or some kind of altercation and someone put out a gunshot?
Wait, how do we know the 7? So I would imagine some of them are, but it's just that gang participation.
And then we
within
can't
white-
use the numbers at all.
Well, hold on. It's just that gang participation within the white community is so absolutely abysmally small that like the fact that this would be like that it would be a factor that would really throw off these numbers seems a little unrealistic. But considering
but
the fact
you don't
that
need to have a gang to
considering
pull
the
out a gun
fact that
during a
black
fight.
gang participation is so much higher, then you can obviously understand why these numbers.
Hold on,
are so
but
much
you
than
don't
Yeah,
need to have a
there's
gun
more
to
than
pull out a
just two
gun during a
types of
fight,
shootings.
right? Like
Right? There's not
Yeah,
just
sometimes-
mass shootings and gang shootings.
It-
There are
what
other
are you
shootings
saying?
that make up
Let-
a large.
sometimes kids just being
Let-
bullied or something, and he pulls
let
out a
the
gun when
QB
his
go.
bully's fucking with him, right?
I don't know. It doesn't seem like that's a required.
so it seems
thing
like
for
your
white
numbers
folks
aren't
to start
useful at all.
shooting stuff up.
They do it all the time. What? I don't know. People kill people all the time for a variety of reasons, not just at school in general, right? Like I knew a person in one of my old neighborhoods who shot. They had an altercation over a football game, and one of them shot the other. Right, just two white people. Right, and this happens. Right, violence happens. When we talk about like again. This idea that every white person is doing this specific type of mass shooting isn't engaged in other types of violence is weird. It's just not backed up by the stats you gave.
according to Wikipedia, I can just find it right here. Okay, that makes it. Yeah. Oh, I got the right numbers. That the percentage of white people in America in 1980, in specifically the year 1980, 83.1%. Is
I was finding 84%, but I wanted to find it from the census itself. And I haven't
Yeah,
found
yeah.
it
Oh,
yet.
wow.
But yeah,
I guess
So-
they were actually underrepresented.
we were underrepresented. Well, I mean, you have to combine the two, right? Because it's 70% over a period of time from 82 to currently, and now we're at like 56%. So it probably averages out to maybe 70%. It seems like we're
Well,
it would
there's
be
much more
difficult to
school
tell.
shootings now.
Was that
than
white
there were
thing?
back in
Right,
the
there's
80s.
more school
so-
shootings now than there wasn't. But like but again, my point still stands that like if you compare it just to today, that doesn't really make sense because in 1980 we were 84%. But I also want to look at it to see if in 84 if they were actually separating Hispanic Latino, right?
That's what I was
in
gonna say.
that
There's
in that
no
way
way.
too.
Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, like they
couldn't
were,
have
so because as far as the census data is concerned, right? White is Hispanic Latino is an ethnicity, not a race. some years, and some years it is. So
Right.
sometimes
Yeah.
it'll be counted separately as an ethnicity. So that might be including Hispanics some years and not other years.
Could.
But
Yeah.
regardless, like there's plenty
It
of
was
articles
just-
talking about how like it was
Yeah, but
11.8%. Now it's 13%. So the population of blacks has obviously risen in proportion, and the same with Latinos.
Yeah, I don't know about in proportion, but I just know that like this last year was I think the first time where
We
it
have the
actually
lowest birth
declined.
rates. We have the lowest birth rates except Asians. And we have had them for like
And
60
for non-Hispanic whites in 1980, it's 79.6%. In Wikipedia, they break it out. So 79.6%.
Oh, okay,
for non-Hispanic whites.
79%. Okay, all right, there we go. So that's the number, 79%.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sounds like a solid truth there. I don't know. I look, at the end of the day, I really don't have the answers for the rage. I don't know what causes it. Well, I mean, I would imagine probably what causes it is some of the misconceptions, right? Like the idea that they're the most oppressed group. I remember there was a study that they had done where they were asking these like white college age kids who like I want to say like 2008, and they were asking them who was the most oppressed group of people, and they said they were. And it's just
Obviously,
like,
we're losing Ariel. Haven't you seen that?
yeah, I mean, it's
I mean, like,
crazy.
we're the
No,
only
But y'all
people
niggas
that are-
stole Jesus.
Not you.
Y'all stole Jesus and are complaining about the Little Mermaid. It's crazy. It's freaky.
Come on.
White
That's
fragility.
That's facts.
I mean,
That's
I mean, like,
facts.
He was like
One
a Jewish
fictional
Middle
character,
Easterner.
another
how
fictional
could you
character. and
how
then
could you argue
I mean-
how could you argue that white people aren't the most oppressed? It's obviously that white people are the most oppressed
By who?
What? And what
than
metric are
any
you
other
using,
race
Fabian?
in America.
Like,
Okay,
what
well,
metric
by
are you
who?
using?
Let's-
Most oppressed.
let's
What do
use-
you mean?
right, if you're gonna try and have a nebulous idea of like inherent interactions of racism and standpoint epistemology and shit, then like yeah, you could say that other races are more oppressed. But the fact remains is that you're allowed to be racist against white people in a way that you're not allowed to be racist towards other people, number one. And number
That is
two,
true.
there is such a thing as SAT situations that are now specifically designed to oppress white people. And there are specific jobs and people that are fighting to be able to have racial discrimination against white people as a means of enforcing equity. So
Okay.
it's literally true that white people are more oppressed.
And
just a
everyone here
fact.
everyone that just heard those words come out of Fabian's mouth now can clearly understand why I think he's retarded and beneath arguing with.
Oh, he was
We
being
can move
serious?
on.
I thought he was screwing with you.
Nah, he's being
Ah.
serious. He's retarded.
Oh.
So-
Let's go to the next point though, y'all.
I mean,
we all.
So again, you have no arguments. Over and over again,
yeah,
you have
sure.
no arguments.
You think I'm gonna argue with you on something so ridiculous and retarded? You just don't understand me at all, buddy.
Scott,
You're not
I-
worth my time.
Scott, I agree with a lot of what you said. You should look.
Shut
at
up, Lactate. Don't you
when
push
it-
my button.
Hold on. But here's the thing, though. When you look at the affirmative action stuff, look at how it affects Asians compared to white people.
Oh yeah,
So I don't think it's very.
Definitely
Yeah.
Schools
affects-
aren't using affirmative
Yeah,
action, and they haven't been for
white
quite some time. They
people-
use adversity score. Do you not know that? Oh,
So-
Lactate. We'll talk about it off stream. We'll talk about it another time. Not have to be off stream. Just not here. But you can go ahead and make your
Well, I
point.
mean,
Sorry,
you
go
don't
ahead.
need to
Okay,
do it.
so-
You don't need to do it
Well-
now, anyways, because it automatically like oppresses Asians slightly more than whites by race and SAT
Not
scores.
slightly. Not slightly. So
No, I mean like in the
so-
new grade of like determining like what your
Oh,
SAT
I don't know
score
if
is.
there's a new one. Yeah.
Because the new SAT like for college admissions, there's 100 points in there that specifically look at socioeconomic status, Gini coefficient, and your race. So you don't know.
Nope,
as a
and not
white
your
or
race. You're a
Asian
liar.
person.
It has nothing to do with race.
You don't know. You don't
They
know.
do adversity score,
Yeah, exactly. You don't know.
which has nothing to do
as
with race.
like a-
Race is not a
like
factor in adversity score. Liar.
Yes, it is.
Bet money right now.
Bet
Race
money
is a
on
factor in
two
adversity score.
Let's look. I might be
Race.
wrong.
Hold up.
Okay.
Do you want to bet? How much you want to bet? Race is a factor in adversity score. Is that what you just said? You liar.
Bitch, relax. Everything I've seen is.
Oh, you were
it is,
lying.
but
All
I might
right.
be
Okay.
wrong.
So you are lying. All right. I got it. You can move on.
Adversity
Go ahead.
score,
Keep on making your false points.
Okay,
Hey,
so we
so,
know it's
hold on.
100 points. Let's see.
Sorry. We've already reached the end of this segment, so we're gonna move on.
Thank God.
Covered that religion real good.
When you're
Yeah,
done
right?
reading it, when you're done reading, come back and tell me I'm right, Fabian.
Okay.
Hey,
all
I
right.
the one
I told
time
you
you
I might
can
be
talk
wrong
to
on
me.
this because I
We
knew that they
will-
were looking at all kinds of metrics on adversity
Okay.
and affirmative action.
Let's move on. Let's move on to the next topic. All right. Okay. But I'll just say that looking at that those population statistics, I'm actually surprised. I didn't realize white people were still 70% of the population. I didn't actually
Yes.
realize that was the case.
And they're terrified
I-
of dipping lower.
I thought it was lower than that, but like, you know, I mean, it's fine, more white for me, but it was a bit of a surprise. It was caught me off guard. So let's go to our next
I don't know who we're
topic.
pissed off about that.
That's freaking
Fanatic
out
or
at
me?
70%.
Oh, I'm not
More-
pissed at all.
More.
That didn't piss me off.
No, okay, let's keep it pushing. All right, yeah. So, guys, if you enjoy this conversation or whatever the fuck this was, if you enjoy what we're doing here, then be so kind, help us out, and follow the channel. Follow the channel. I haven't done so yet. Hit the follow button. Make sure notifications are on. So I'm going live. We do this all the time. Don't want you to miss out on any of our content. ! social and chat for our social media. And we got Twitter. We got Discord where we do everything. And we got YouTube and TikTok. Yeah, that's the other one. Yeah, TikTok. So hit us up there. Okay. All right. So let's jump in. We're already a little bit behind. Topic 2. A Canadian trans teacher has gone viral for coming to class wearing fake and massive breast inserts. The fake bust is so prominent that the nipples are clearly outlined by the shirts they wear. Would you call this inappropriate for a classroom setting? If you believe it's a problem, what exactly is offensive about it? If you think it's fine, then is there any limit to a person's self-expression that would be disruptive in a school environment? So yeah, this is something I was sent. I'm not entirely sure if this is a fucking real thing. I'm not still convinced. This is
Canadians never lie.
Oh, that's true. No, this is not that. But still, one way or the other, let's take it at face value, right? So we have a teacher showing up to class, and the pictures that were shown. So the person with a massive bust,
Cartoonishly massive.
Cartoonishly massive bust.
Can you tell people to look it up, because you have to see it in order to?
Yeah,
You really do. You really do.
I'll put the link. I'll put the link in chat.
Anime levels.
I'll put the link in chat, guys. So there's a link. So you can see the picture, right? So assuming this is real, right? Like, is this actually a problem? If should there action being taken, and why is it? So we're just gonna take it on face value. This is a real thing for now. All right. There might be evidence that comes out that says it's not real. And I wanted to know that I reserved the right here to take this all back. So we'll start with my friend Lactoid. Lactoid has calmed down by now, I think. And hopefully maybe direct his latent rage at the topic and not me. Please, Lactoid.
Yeah, no problem. For anybody who I feel like any opinion that I share, unless you've seen the photos, like, may seem sort of ignorant. I think you have to see the photos. And when I first saw the photos, I was also skeptical because of just how wild it is. But I found multiple different news sources that seem to corroborate what was happening. So it appears like this is true. My opinion here is that I understand critiques of dress codes, but I think this is pretty clear that it's very silly and very hypersexualized. It's just absurd. I do think we need dress codes in school, and I think we'd be very careful when it comes to sexualizing children. We should not have bulging nipples on a teacher in front of a place where kids are forced to go and witness instruction. So I already have a massive problem with that part, right? The bulging nipples, that shouldn't happen. As to the actual size of the breasts themselves, let's take for a moment, if they were natural, like, if they were that big, I'm assuming it'd be a health issue. And if it's a health issue or like a biological abnormality, I'd probably be willing to make an exception. But I have an issue with people dramatically exaggerating the size of their sexual organs in a setting with children. I mean, what would we think if some teacher stuffed their pants with a pool noodle and beach balls every day just before they got up to go in front of a bunch of kids to teach? Would we be okay with that? It just seems like we're having an issue establishing some pretty common sense protections and limitations here for the benefit of children. I think we should be very careful when we're sexualizing children, in that we don't do it, and we should be very, very careful when we expose children to sexuality. And this seems to be like a pretty common, like, it's a little bit off topic, but I mean, there's also people who, will dye their eyes or like get horns, and they'll go and they'll get fired, and they complain. I just wonder if this is a problem of like kids or adults without a working brain not remembering what it's like to be a child. I think that's kind of the underlying problem here.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
All right, so first things first. In the name of honesty, when I take an L, I'll take a fucking L, and I'll do so publicly. They do not specifically calculate race. They only calculate income, crime stats, population density, etc. What I had misremembered, apparently, is that black people on average are given roughly 230 points higher than whites in their SAT scores. And this stuff is still blind, so it's no longer like you don't know what your test score really is or how it's done in such a way by your individual neighborhood. But, fuck it, he's right. I still think it's racist gerrymandering, but at the end of the day, like, they do not specifically...
Race isn't even a factor. What?
Yeah, sure. It seems like a way to sneak in that bit, even without them specifically doing it. But I mean, I guess if
we'll look that up and admit you're wrong about that too later.
No, it's okay. But like I said, I'll take an L if I take an L. Yeah, I thought it was. It doesn't. It doesn't actually include race. That being said, looking at this man has autogonophilia, right? Like, this is not a trans person. This is some sick fetishist weirdo that is putting on gargantuan prosthetic fake breasts with no bra to garner tons of attention. And they're a sick weirdo. This is not someone that's slowly transitioned, that like is struggling with this disorder. No, they're doing insane things to their body with prosthetics. And there obviously some issues. And more than that, what is occurring is really just a natural progression of critical theory, right? It's, critical race theory, critical gender studies, and eventually we'll have critical age theory. If you don't believe me and you don't think pedophilia is coming from the left, just look up sexual citizenship for children. Anyways, so what is occurring here is when you have a public school system where the government has these jobs, and then you have this ideology that is able to infect what is a liberal democracy, you can't discriminate against people just because they're weird or you don't like them or because you think something is inappropriate. You have to have these weird, hard lines in the sand, and you're dealing with a philosophy that is conceived of subversion. The dialectic, the entire point of the dialectic is to analyze and then reorder power dynamics and then synthesize. And so when you see the destruction of gender and the ideas of these things, you see the watering down and breakdown of definitions. And that's why this school themselves came out and defended this person and said that, we believe in inclusivity and, and all these things. And like, this person is just living their life, etc. Except they didn't mention the person specifically. They made a general statement, but they're obviously making that statement because of this person. So, if you want to fix this problem, you need to get your kids out of public schools. You need to homeschool or private school, and you need to do everything you can to stop Corey DeAngelis from getting school choice, because school choice will be infected by UNESCO standards, and you'll see this shit in every private school in America. So that's my opening statement.
Thanks so much, and respect to you, Scott. For admitting you were wrong in that, and owning up to it. So, shout out to you, Scott. Let's go to better man than me. Let's go to Corey.
Yeah, and I'll also echo that sentiment that you just said, Prime. Respect to you, Scott, for doing that. Well, I'm Canadian, a filthy Canadian, much like Lactoid. But despite that, Lactoid got some things wrong. Or at least not totally framing it accurately based off of this story, assuming, it's factual. So this is a high school, and it seems like it's grade 9s to 12. So I think it's like teenagers. I would imagine if it's 9 to 12, it's the ages of 14 to 17. So I don't think it's explicitly children. Teenagers, you can say they're still kids, maybe developmentally, but I think that, there's still talks about sex at that age. So I think that needs to be taken into account. but I'll address sort of your larger point later on about, whatever, the hypersexualization of kids, which like I'm against, but I don't think that applies here. But pretty much to wrap it up, try to be short because I'll address the larger points later on. I don't see this as I can admit that it looks pretty silly, but I don't have a personal issue with it. As in, like, I don't see this as contributing to anything overly negative, and this is like nothing for me. But maybe I'm just whatever, too radicalized, and like whatever. Like to the point of bulging nipples. Like so, in the dress code, if you're going to outlaw like on principle all bulging nipples, then I don't know if you really thought of all the ramifications of that, and that children should never be exposed to nipples ever. I don't think you actually thought out the ramifications of that either, fully. But I'll address that later on. So
you can't
I'll
demand
end it there
teachers
for
wear
now.
bras.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Oh boy.
I want to
I feel like
speak
breastfeeding
so
or
bad.
something, I guess.
Oh boy.
That is a question.
This is gonna be a wild conversation. Let's go to my man Fanatic.
And hear you.
Brilliant as always.
Of course. Listen, I'm known for my brilliance. It's really crazy how you can like admit you're wrong in one sentence and then try to like justify it afterwards and be like, but it's racist still. Like what? They don't consider race, but it's racist. But yeah, ultimately, I would say that like I think this situation is just more of like an evidence of what the left is doing, right? Because like there were arguments in the beginning where people kept saying, "Hey, it seems like these people are trying to groom kids." And the fact that the left can be tolerant is what such an egregious example only hurts their cause. Because to me, I think nothing's going to wake people more up to this fact more so than something like this, where it's so blatant, it's so in your face, and it's basically showing us there is absolutely no limit. When you can be this ridiculous, I remember having that psycho conversation with those idiots with Prime Kai's friends, and they were sitting there telling me that a penis is not a sex organ, or that a penis isn't inherently sexual, and that breasts aren't sexual. I'm talking about like having children at Pride looking at dildo suits and all sorts of nonsense. So when that can be part of the conversation, then of course, why wouldn't a teacher be able to put these ridiculous nonsense in their body and then like try to teach our kids? My kids is going to be homeschooled. I won't have it. This is ridiculous. Leftists are coming for your kids. Y'all got to be careful.
Well, we are. It's true. Let's go to our friend.
The fact that he says
Blake,
that while
please.
being
So I spent some time, because this isn't the first I saw it. This has been coming on my timeline for the last few days, right? So at
The
first
algorithm has you. The algorithm has you.
I guess so, right? I saw this coming in my timeline, and I was like, this has to be fake. This cannot be real. And I looked into it, and no, the school responded to this. As far as I can tell, this is an actual teacher in Canada. To be clear, right? This is a Canadian teacher. And yeah, this is a real thing. My question would be to those who would support something like this. Do you think you would still support it if a male teacher came in with a huge prosthetic dong and just hanging there clearly visible, like through the pants, and teaching like that? I would think, and I would speculate that most of you would be like, no, that's not okay. Like if you have an issue like that, you dress appropriately so that people don't see your bulging erections or bulging nipples or things like that. This idea, right, that we have to be inclusive of literally everything, I'm not for that, right? I think that this is clearly not okay to have around children. Like, it wasn't something she was born with, right? This is a prosthetic choice. It's just not conducive to a good learning environment, and I don't feel that that's in any way transphobic or anything like that. I think that's just reality of things, and I think that trying to paint this as some sort of inclusive battle, no, there's fight on a different hill, gang. That's all.
Okay. All right. Filled of hatred. That Banwick, right? He just can't control himself. Thank you, buddy. Okay. And Scott, what's going on with your
Shh, don't worry about it.
You're working on something there?
Shh, don't worry about it.
Okay, all right. These fucking people. Let's go to Water Guy.
All right, so pretty much Lactoid and Wick hit on exactly what I was going to say to this. Whenever you see an extreme in one direction, put it in the other direction. So take a female that is transitioning to male and gets a giant prosthetic. That's just not going to be cool for most people. Thanks a lot, Scott. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. Thanks a lot. Grooming the people in this room, like all these.
What are you talking about? This is clearly appropriate to be in school with children, right? I mean, the Canadian school system and Corey say it's perfectly appropriate. Like, why can't it be on screen?
Canada. Blame Canada then.
We can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll pick a different photo. I'm sorry.
No, we don't need another photo.
Oh my God. Go, please. Water Guy.
So back to these the rightoids that are grooming children, people like Jesse Lee Peterson and Matt Gaetz, bringing girls across state lines. They're the ones that are really grooming your children. Be afraid for them. They're the ones going to jail for it or going under investigation for it. I am terrified.
Okay, please. Next we'll go to our friend Aiko, who stopped by here. Hello, friend.
How's it going?
Thanks for being here. Please introduce yourself, and then on to the second topic.
Oh, Aiko Rich. I'm. That's I've been on here a few times. I don't really stream yet, but I might in the future at some point. But yeah, that's it. Listen, when I saw this, honestly, I just saw this. I was driving home from work, which is why I didn't come on the panel earlier. And I just saw this like for the first time like an hour ago. So I don't know. Like I tried to do a little bit of research before just popping on screen, and I didn't see a whole lot of sources yet. I suspect it'll make its way through the cycle eventually, and maybe get fact checked a little bit. But from what I can tell, like my first reaction, somebody who works in the schools and had to ask questions about appropriateness of other teachers in the school in the past, my first instinct was to say, okay, how could I possibly justify this? I'm trying to cycle it through my head. How would we react if a cis woman got a breast increase surgery to this extent? And I don't think it would be considered acceptable in the schools in that instance. So I don't see how it would be any more acceptable in this instance. I think, I would have to think a little bit more about what the specific bases would be on making those kinds of decisions. And I'm sure that's one of the reasons why the schools sort of hesitated to react right away, because they're going to have to come up with some sort of rule that when applied, once they apply it here, they have to apply it to everyone else. But really, I just don't see any way to justify it. I think ultimately, when they stop and think about it, when they talk to some of the parents, they're going to have to reverse their decision if they did make a final decision in this call, because this really isn't. I'd like to know more about why this person made this choice, what kind of diagnoses they might have. But I'm just really struggling to come up with any kind of a justification for it in any school setting.
Okay. Thank you so much. And next we'll go to our Dark Lord Saver Doobie, please.
I think Scott kind of hit the nail on the head. I think this is like autogynephilia. Clearly, I think that we every time something like this comes up, right? It's like, oh, you're doing the slippery slope thing by accusing these people of being pedophiles, wanting to groom children, wanting to be inappropriate in front of children. But it seems like we just keep getting further down that fucking slope. Like we had this talk during the drag queen thing, during the dildos at the Pride Parade in front of children thing, during all there's so many, I can't even fucking remember them all. These like random like little I'm gonna call them like microaggressions, right, against decency, right?
Whoa.
And it just seems like it just needles in, and every time leftists come with their fucking shields, I'm like, oh no, this is fun, you're a bigot if you say otherwise, and yada yada yada. But there's a fucking line, right? And I think this is way over the line. Where somebody buying prosthetic boobs and wearing them with their nipples out in front of kids, like, no, come on. I brought this up in mod chat my server earlier, right? And the fucking arguments that I was getting from the lefties in my mod team were just depressing as fuck. And nipples aren't really sexual. If you think that's sexual, that's on you. Like, what the fuck? And the funniest part of this whole fucking story, because this is like a recent transitioner, right? Like last year, So it's like the first school year that this person is like transitioning, quote unquote. And there's a name change. And I think it's really funny. It's very sus that the last name is Lemieux or Lemieux.
Best.
That's the last name Lemieux, like a fucking cow with big ass udders. Like, come on. It's on the nose. It's too far.
Is that what they transitioned
Yeah.
to?
Yes. Whoa.
Yes,
that is
that's
the
what
new
I was
name.
showing.
That is the new
That's
name.
what I was showing was their fake email account that has like the doctored face where they're like a gorgeous woman with like it's like who cow shit. It's insane.
Okay, so
Prime, are none of your
Prime,
friends here?
specifically, I blame you, Prime, for this. Okay, you running defense for these fucking degenerates. Okay, I blame you.
Yeah, Prime, are none of your friends here? Because it seems like everybody here like has enough common sense. Even Fabian has enough common sense to recognize this is stupid.
Don't worry, because as you know, sense is not something I am born with. Sense is not something I have in abundance. So here we go. All right, I don't remember what my friend Corey said, but like, in terms of this, what I'm trying to do is distill what is the problem. Okay, this looks clownish to me. All right, let me be very, very clear. This looks clownish, but I'm trying to distill what is exactly the issue here. Right?
Exaggeration is the issue.
The exaggeration.
It's the nipples. Specifically, it's the nipples.
No,
Okay.
you don't see them.
What do you
don't
mean
see
you
them.
don't
obviously see them.
No, you see
them.
full nipple exposure. Like this person can
Okay,
whatever.
look,
Like
if you can, if someone with okay, so
Okay.
if they made any effort to kind of like cover it up or
Wear a fucking
downplay
bra,
it
like,
or
the fucking
anything,
bare minimum.
that's a difference. But what this person is specifically doing is they are choosing and deciding to wear a prosthetic that not only doesn't diminish it, but it actively,
okay, yeah.
what's the
And?
word? Extenuates. I'm blanking on
Exaggerates?
this. Exaggerates. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. It exaggerates this, and that is the issue. It's the exaggeration. It's not. Again, it's not a natural thing. It would be one thing if they were just simply born this way. It was part of their natural body, and they took measures right to decentuate it. But this is not what is happening.
Okay.
And we don't
So-
have to.
No, there's nothing inherently wrong by the philosophy that is encouraged on the left and by having government institutions corrupted by this. That's the fucking problem. Is that all of us instinctively look at that and go, this person's a fucking weirdo. What the fuck is wrong with this? But most people, when you ask them, like if you're tried and true to your principles as a leftist, you're like, this person is a person that wants to identify as trans. This person is a person that has a right to model their body as they see fit, and they have a right to, not be discriminated against in government employment. So if you follow regular left-wing philosophy, you should be perfectly okay with this. But it's going so far over the line that there is something innate in you that goes, this is fucking gross and weird and sexualizing kids. And that's the fucking red flag that maybe should trigger you to go, there's something wrong with my fucking philosophy if I can justify this, but I can look at it and know that it's fucked.
First of all,
Corey, then Lactoid.
Yeah. So I mean, let's try and isolate some variables as best we can, as in so Wick, if I may ask, it seems like you were taking issue with the hint of nipples, as in to Doobie's
What
point.
do you mean the hint? These things are bigger than my head.
Yeah.
No, we got it.
Have you ever seen I'm hoping you know what real nipples look like.
I do.
He doesn't. Go ahead.
So to Doobie's point, as in, would this now be permissible to you if they wore a bra and whatever the nipples
Sure.
weren't visible?
Yes, that would be okay. If it was simply
okay.
just large and they were there, it wouldn't be ideal, but I would be less. I would have less of a response than I do if it was made the attempt at some sort of modesty, for lack of a better term.
Ooh, very puritanical.
I think I'm
Maybe
I'm
that's
very
to be honest with you.
Yeah. So, and also to clarify and make everything clear, okay, I guess you can maybe loosely use the term, kids or children. This is grade 9s to 12. This is in a specific high school, and so to Lactoid, going back to your original argument, so you want no nipple exposure to any child ever. Is that your prescription?
Okay. So this actually plays
now
into what I was
you
going
want
to
to
say.
backtrack.
Yeah, you can call it backtrack.
Corey's just proving me right, by the way.
So like generally, I would not be in favor of showing 14-year-olds accentuated nipples. Although I can even think of like sexualized situations in which the nipples are covered that I'd also not be okay with. So like, let's say you had like a teacher who part-timed as a stripper, and she came into like math class with nothing but like pasties on and like a thong. Technically, all the parts are covered, right? Technically, but clearly, like taken in totality, this is a highly suggestive and highly sexualized outfit. I think this person, like by having, and bulging nipples are part of that. They're not required, but they are part of that. This person is obviously like having accentuated sexual features with giant bulging nipples, with tits that are just comically large. They can't be comfortable. I mean that must weigh a ton. I mean, the back muscles on this person need to be.
It's probably like just like rubber.
That's
like
how you know it's fucking AGP.
But
that's how you know it's autogonophilia. Like it's like this isn't like respect for the female form and to want to become a female. This is a fucking weirdo with a paraphilic disorder.
And then I want to say one more thing, Corey. I as much as I disagree with you, and as much as I think that the panel's being reasonable, I do actually somewhat hold the belief that in the future, Corey, like we're gonna look back on this, and you might be like more people might agree with you than us. It might be that we're seen as bigots, and it might be that the modern mainstream is like, oh, that was ridiculous. How look how far we've come as a people now that we're accepting, now that we've accepted this. I think that's a very real possibility. And so you might be.
I appreciate that, Olive Branch. And so I want to sort of again tease out. So like the scenario that you brought up in terms of like whatever, just a stripper going to class. I think that's covered by the dress code. And it seems like this teacher, as far as I can tell, like they're complying with the dress code. And so like
amended. Not allow bulging nipples.
Yeah. So like
clearly somebody found a loophole. Okay.
Yeah. So like when it comes to like nipple exposure, like so at what age should like nipple exposure like stop or start? As in like so
if you're a minor,
no.
If you're a minor and you're forced, you are compelled by law to go to a public school, like we should be very careful about your nipple exposure. We can't
Does
be
this include
exposing
like the peers among the teenagers at the high school, as in like the dress code?
Yes. Teenage girls should not be like having bulging nipples come out of their
like, and also shirtless guys as well, presumably.
Yeah, guys should not be shirtless in school for sure. Yeah, I would be in favor of these rules to protect children, and I think the Doobie makes a good point. I think Doobie and Scott make a good point here, where it does seem like every time there's like a suggestion that's going too far, people, this is bigotry. This is ridiculous that you would compare us to this. Platforms even ban people historically for doing this, and then like this shit happens. At what point do we get to say we told you so? Like, how bad does it have to get? Like, if she shows up like butt naked, at that point, can we say, hey, there might be a problem here, or is that like?
Okay. So can I ask a follow-up question in terms of so? It seems like your concern is, the sexualization of teenagers in this instance, and like, showing any hint of sexuality is whatever, some sort of like moral degradation.
Not any hint. Like, this is more than a hint.
Okay, so like, showing nipples, this is automatically sexual. So how do you feel about violence? As in, like, I'm assuming you're also like against any displays of violence on school.
Yeah, I would keep schools relatively violence-free.
So would you agree that there should be no guns on school?
I don't think guns are inherently violence, right?
Well,
I mean, you could say that like in the same way. That, like,
what? So okay, nipples inherently, in all cases, sexual. Guns not always violent, especially when it's an armed presence on school.
I mean, that's an interesting point. Like, if there's studies that show that like displaying firearms to children like does lead to bad outcomes, maybe I would have a regulation that like the SCOs that actually have guns have to conceal it. That could be something we could do. We could include that in the dress code. If you agree that we can't have giant, like, tomato can sized nipples bulging.
What tomatoes are you buying?
Utility. Like Corey, real quick. Wait, you can see utility. You can see utility to having a taser or you may not agree with utility, but you can see some utility maybe of having these tools on campus. What utility is this huge, like, bulging nipple bringing that outweighs perhaps the issues we would have exposing minors to that kind of sexuality?
You fucking bigot. It's the freedom for this person to express
who they
feel on the inside,
okay.
outside. That's the
No,
utility.
no, I
You know,
don't think that-
honestly,
we don't-
real quick,
Okay.
but real quick, the thing that I hate the most about this is that it like vindicates these boomer conservatives that were like, if you let the gays get married, this shit's gonna
I hate
happen.
that.
And it's like,
You're right,
no, it's
like-
not. And then it's like, fuck, they were right. You fucking
No, like this is my problem.
Like,
right?
I'm just
to
saying,
echo
like, it
Fabian right
does.
here. To echo Fabian right here, there's this tendency on the left because of our desire to be allies that we buy in to conservative memes of us, and they say it as a joke, right? Thinking no one's going to agree with that, and then some lefty somewhere is deciding, yes, I 100% agree with that, in order to signal their virtue.
Sure. Complain about the lefties on Twitter. That's
Oh,
nice.
it's
Corey,
always
finish your
lefties.
point, and then I want to hear from Doobie, and then I'm going to jump in here, right? Because I'm not going to let Doobie hang here alone. Sorry, Corey hang here alone. And I really want to have a conversation about this because I think it's being treated on its face ridiculous, and a lot of it's fucking ridiculous. But I really want to like narrow this down. So Corey, finish up your point, and then let's go to our friend Doobie.
Yeah, well, I'll just wrap up as quickly as I can, just in terms of like to address sort of like, again, I think there's a clear inconsistency there in terms of like whatever you're potentially okay, or like at some point you were okay with like exposing children, or children seeing guns, fine on schools. But then if there's bulging nipples, but they're still technically covered, then it's automatically like sexualization of teenagers, which I don't think is like inherently bad. Because like 9 to 12, like they're still exploring sexual. I think they know what nipples are, what they look like at that point. Yeah, and again, I don't think nipples is like so a foreign concept to like a 14-year-old. No matter like what size or how bulging they are, like. I'm hoping
stop.
this
is
Canadian,
a fucking
this is
anime
Canadian.
character come into fucking life from like a weirdo with a fucking sexual
Okay.
dysfunction
So then-
that they're
Also,
displaying
Corey-
in the classroom to children.
Corey, you're also
Wait,
missing.
hold
You
on.
don't let them diagnose like that.
So if I were a trans man, right, like biologically a female, but I specifically identified as a man with a 20-inch dick that was like as thick as a fucking soda bottle.
Slide.
I wore this to class in very, very tight pants in fucking leggings, right? So you can see the outline of everything.
The veins.
You'd be okay with that, Corey? You'd be fine? You think that's fine?
If it complied with the dress code, like
You're
I don't
nuts.
see anything.
I-
If
Stop,
especially if it's
Corey,
prosthetic,
stop.
like if
You
it's
don't have
prosthetic,
to.
like
Change the dress
okay,
code.
first of all, like what makes this
Cap.
like I have no problem like having this conversation, engaging with this point of like
but
you know
you're not
okay,
really engaging.
Is-
This is
is
really
any-
insane. You're being dishonest as freak, and it's crazy.
No,
'cause
I'm not. No.
Lactoid did the same thing earlier, and now you're doing it. It's the thing where like people are engaging you and they're asking you like what are the limits and so on and so forth. And like you like for Lactoid, it was when you talked about the guns. It's like well, the left will say, well, nipples aren't inherently sexual, even though everyone knows intuitively that nipples are sexual. Lactoid did the same dishonest nonsense when he goes, a gun is not inherently violent, when we all know that, right? And then when you ask him, like, okay, wait a minute, like, so you'd be okay with this? And it's like, well, if you can show me studies that show that guns are problematic to kids and so on and so forth, right? So now at this point, it's like this appeal, this question for studies in order to do things that we intuitively know. Now, when I'm on the receiving end of that, that's when I stop engaging with people, right? Like if I'm like saying, like, we all know that like educated people make more money. Do you have a study to say that? And it's like, okay, if I have to find a study to tell you the things that we intuitively know, I'm not engaging with you anymore because you're not honestly engaging. So when you start appealing towards studies or like, well, hold on, it just really only boils
I
down
love
to
how
what
he'll
the dress
make
code
claims
says, right?
constantly.
Now, we're all talking about
And
what
if you just
intuitively makes
disagree,
sense.
like,
Because
no,
then
no,
at this
I
point, if we were to point
like,
out to you that if a dress code said
you
that
must
something that was,
follow
like,
what I
obviously
believe.
ridiculous was
Otherwise,
okay,
we
it
just
should
you're just
automatically,
wrong
we're
because
talking
we
about, like, from a
intuitively
moral
know
point,
that I'm right.
from a common sense point, intuitively we know that this is problematic and harmful. But when you just go ahead and say, nope, as long as the dress code said it's okay, then I don't care at all, then you're not engaging in the conversation anymore. It's dishonest as freak. Stop.
I mean, you can call like I only know my beliefs, but I'll let you go, Prop.
Doobie,
Can I say
I
one more
want
thing
you.
on that? Real quick,
You
because that
say
was
one more
mentioned?
thing, then I want to hear from Doobie. Then I'm going to jump in.
Yeah, my official position. I obviously had to think about it, I guess, for 10 seconds. The guns should probably be concealed, I guess, if there's a concern there. I do think though that the even if there was maybe like some trauma associated with seeing a gun, I think the intention of having an armed officer there is to protect kids from being killed, which is very different, I think, than the intention here. So even like if the kids knowing that the guards had like concealed weapons on them might like bother them, I would take that being bothered over like them being more susceptible to mass shootings, as opposed to like giant tits, which don't seem to serve any kind of inherent purpose to the kids other than just sexualize them.
Okay, let's go to our friend Doobie, please.
I think Corey is insane, to be honest. I thought you were a reasonable person before this. Like you're basically. So I don't even know how to respond. So if I were like to wear pants, like let's say like a pair of pants that had like an elephant trunk at the front, right? So like my dick was technically covered, but it was slipped through this elephant trunk and just swinging in the fucking breeze in front of these children, right? Let's say
okay,
let's say elementary school kids.
Exposure, that's different.
Wait, why? But hold on,
Well, no,
but it's covered, right? It's covered by an
Okay,
elephant trunk.
okay. Sorry, I misunderstood. Go ahead.
Just flopping around in front of these kids. You think that's okay? Like that's not sexualizing? That's not inappropriate?
That's why I emphasize this is a high school. This is 9 to 12. It's totally different. Like
She's like what, 15-year-olds, and that makes it okay?
14 to 18.
13. I was 13 in high school.
No. So
Wait,
this is in Canada.
13 to 18. That's okay.
No. This is in Canada. This is grades 9 to 12. Like I looked at the high school. It seems like they specifically, whatever.
That's when you can be 13 years old in high school.
Yeah, but I don't think I don't remember correct. I guess grade 9 can be 13. So I'll concede that you are correct. So like in the scenario that you outlined of like, everything's technically covered, but whatever, there's a hint of something swinging around.
Not a hint.
Okay.
It's just my dick's out like within this pocket.
Can you show me the
it's, like,
same
flopping
visual as this woman? Like,
Yeah, I'll DM
Like,
you.
Yeah,
I'll DM
hold
you.
on. Just look up elephant trunk the fucking underwear, right? Like imagine
Yeah,
that
so
with like
at that
That's
point,
it's
like-
clear he asked for this. I wanted.
I've
I
got
wanted
a
to
bunch
be
of them
asked
back.
for it.
I got a bunch of them in my closet.
oh, first of all, like you were saying this is sexual. Is anybody here sexually turned on by this? Like, is this really like getting into the realm of like,
I think the teacher's sexually turned on by
Yeah,
this.
I think
a
that
trans
dude
that's
was
why they're
turned
doing
on.
it.
You can't say that because we're not sexually turned on, but it's a trans person. Like, and we all know that. Like, there's a very, very big difference. Come on.
even I concede it of like whatever.
False. I fucking love me some trans girls. Not this fucking weirdo.
Okay,
well,
even if
you're part of the 0. Part of the 3% of the people on the planet that do.
Okay, so like I can attempt to engage with this. Like even if I will gladly concede this is whatever sexualization of something. So what is when it comes to these whatever 13 to 17, 18-year-olds, like explain to me like sort of the negativity associated with that.
Why is
Just,
this
like,
an appropriate space for an adult in position of authority to be sexualizing themselves at all?
well, I don't. What is it that makes it again? That brings that to the conversation of like they're clothed. There's no actual like.
What makes
exposure.
a high school an inappropriate space for a teacher to be sexualizing themselves? Like, is
I
that
don't
the
know.
question you're asking me?
No. Like that's where we're having a conversation of like what makes this inherently sexual, other than like you see the bulging nipples. Okay, like they're fully clothed, and like I think there's
Just
even
in Western cultures, in Canada, right? I don't even want to call you guys Western at this point. In Canada,
fair.
right? Our breasts sexualized within the culture.
I'll put it in
They-
nerd speak for you.
so-
Extremely over-exaggerated secondary sexual characteristics. It is inherently sexualized.
Yeah, so we have breastfeeding in public is allowable in Canada. And
That's
like
not that's a
like,
a
and
natural
that-
event
That
And
that
that is
serves a
occurring.
utility.
why does
That's
it have to
not
serve? Like,
that's not an intentional exaggeration of a secondary sexual characteristic to children.
okay, so how would you
Like,
like
just-
modify?
can you-
yeah,
Can you
Go
just
ahead.
take that like maybe we shouldn't intentionally exaggerate secondary sexual characteristics or primary sexual characteristics
that's a
in a
different.
classroom environment, right?
That's like I think that's a different question than like how they're engaging in the classroom. Like as far as I can tell, they're still teaching. They're still like carrying out their duties. And
Right.
based off of
Don't
that small
pivot.
article,
Don't pivot. Like, can we just admit that we shouldn't intentionally exaggerate secondary sexual characteristics in a school or classroom environment where children should be focusing on shop class, right? They should be paying attention to shop class, but instead they're making fucking TikToks being like, holy shit, look at this insane person in shop class. And now one of the kids might cut off their fucking
Okay,
finger because
okay,
they don't know how to
Corey,
use a
that's-
goddamn
that's-
bandsaw
Corey, let me try
because they're
real quick.
looking at
This
this
is-
fucking fake fucking hookah utter shit.
No, this is great, Corey. Would
sorry,
you be
sorry.
okay? But just real quick, Corey, you'd be okay, right, with a child commenting like, "Hey, teacher, your hair looks nice today." Pretty okay comment, right? Would you be okay with a, hey, teacher, nice tits?
Well, that's a totally. Well, first of all, that.
Oh yeah, it's totally
there-
different. That's
No,
what
no,
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
that
There's
falls
something
into-
special about tits, right? That we acknowledge as a societal level that you don't treat the same as other characteristics of the body.
But the
like
teacher's
hair,
not saying that to the
things
students.
like
They are
that.
showing up to class wearing, presumably, whatever, still clothing, and like just
They're making
their
a
second.
statement.
Their secondary sex characteristics are pretty much like whatever forced through the clothing. They're not wearing whatever, like a crop top or anything.
They're wearing a
like that.
prosthetic that has fake secondary sexual characteristics on it. Like it's not even real. They're doing this on purpose.
So let me give it a try. Okay. All right. So again, I saw your hand. The point is to isolate what is the problem. Okay. All right. So we've established that nipples are a problem, at least among the individuals here. Yeah, nipples are a problem. Most dress codes, like if a teacher of a natural average size bust showed up and had her nipples poking out the entire time, she'd probably get pulled aside in the classroom from the classroom and told you got to be put on a bra, right, or thicker bra, whatever it is, right? That's probably what happened. So we'll say that in this case, this individual is violating that code, right? Violating that basic sense of decency there. Okay. What about then the other thing you guys are saying are the comically large size, and it is comical. But there are people out there, there are women who are naturally busty, all right? Naturally this size. Is that person, would they be disqualified as a teacher? If it's a woman who is just
They'd be expected to wear a bra.
Oh,
That
Yeah,
covers
no,
up
I
this
agree.
massive-
I agree already. I'd agree to that.
Mrs. Chokes on Dicks from South Park was not supposed to be our fucking future as a culture, all right? It was supposed to be a fucking joke.
Answer
It was
my
supposed
question.
to be
though.
absurd.
Sure, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I actually agree with you and Corey in the sense that I said this is the logical conclusion of the philosophy in public school and government jobs, right? What we should do is privatize education, and then if you don't like somebody, you can fire them.
Fanatic. I'll throw it to you, Fanatic. If a woman who is naturally busty and wears a bra, like this individual, right? If they come in, are they disqualified for being a teacher?
No, I think the school would go out of their way. There's plenty of things that you can do to like reduce it, right? Because if it became distracting, it would be problematic. So you could do things like compression bras. You could do things like again, like specific types of bras that would like specifically cover up the nipples. There are things you could do to reduce that.
Just a bra.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Would be nice.
What is the okay? Great. So you're saying that the
Or just a
size itself
regular bra, for the record.
is a problem. No, yeah. And look, we've already moved past the nipple thing, right? So we're past the nipple thing, and that like we're covering up the nipples.
married,
Okay, we're having a
have a
bra
bunch of kids.
that would take care of that. That's
If a person is just particularly well endowed, but but they're not like intentionally exaggerating or doing anything to enhance those things, I don't think any sane person on this panel or in the real world would have a problem with that.
No.
Is that the case? Okay, so just a show of hands quickly, right? If there were a cis woman who showed up who was as naturally busty, wearing a bra, as this individual, that person would be qualified for a teacher, and you guys would be against any action taken against her, right?
Wait, as busty
Negative.
as this, I'm thinking just generally well endowed. But if it's this absurd,
So what's the cup size limit then?
probably I don't know what the exact limit is, but I'm saying if it's to the point where obviously it's going to be up to the principal or the dean or whoever else in the freaking school to determine it. But I think there gets to a point where it's like this would definitely be distracting. I would absolutely say that, and I think children would have a harder time learning in such an environment, especially like high school kids.
You need to be able to discriminate against people even for things they can't control. Sorry. If you want to be, if I'm the principal of a school and I'm in charge of hiring and someone comes in with like 36 triple Z's, I'm gonna be like, yeah, you're gonna be a fucking distraction. Like this, you're not qualified to do this fucking job. Sorry, I'm gonna be the person that's that's a fucking ableist and say at a certain point, like this might not be the right fit for you because you're gonna have difficulty fitting into the classroom door.
Just real quick, I'll let you go in a second. We already discriminate when it comes to immutable things. When it comes to teachers, intelligence is not really mutable as a characteristic. But we require.
We know that here,
right? Yeah,
Right.
Fair enough.
I'm right there with you, Frank.
But
Would that qualify them for disability?
I think that
those big
it might.
potentially
I don't
you could
know.
probably at the very least get a breast reduction surgery covered.
I think that
Scarlett
if
Johansson
someone
did
is
that with her
taking
disrespectful
steps,
self.
if someone's taking steps, like if
Disrespectful.
if someone has an abnormality like that and they're taking steps to reduce it and things like that, I give them much more grace, and I think that they maybe should be able to hold a job, depending, right? It would depend on the specific situation, but in this case, it clearly is something that's not just not being managed; it's being exaggerated on purpose.
No. Yeah. That's why I'm moving away from that.
Okay,
but
in general, I think that if someone's taking steps to mitigate it, then okay, I'd be okay with it, right?
Well, actually, I see
There are teachers. There are teachers.
But
I'll be super quick. But there are teachers that are like just gorgeous women that are really curvy, and like people are like, parents will get mad, and like it's always like it's the fucking husbands that are the really ones that are mad, and or the wife gets jealous or whatever, that are wearing like what would normally be professional clothing, but on their bodies are like really fucking distracting to, let's say, a 14-year-old boy with hormones, right? And what I'm saying is you ought to be able to discriminate against those people. You ought to be able to say, like, you probably shouldn't be in a classroom with 14-year-old boys. You should probably be teaching elementary school because kids are not going to be able to fucking focus in class.
Or maybe try burqa, right?
I mean, fuck it. If you want to wear one in Salah, motherfucker, I don't care. But like, I should be able to not hire you.
They didn't allow Jessica Simpson. Like, she wanted to be a Christian singer because she was like brought up in a super Christian home, but her titties were too big, and they were just like, yeah, no, we can't have you sitting on a stage in front of like
her body is simple.
Yeah, it was just too much. It was too much.
It's
not that her body was sinful. It's not that her body was sinful, but they realized it would be distracting. I think
just like
paragons of tolerance.
But if Christians use burqas, then it'd be fine because Muslims already figured this out, right?
In Saudi Arabia, the morality police will, like, if you're a guy who's too attractive, walking around the streets, like the morality police will come up to you and tell you to step away from those women or like cover your face or something. This actually is a thing that happens in Saudi Arabia.
No, it is.
We need
more. Well, they assimilate into the rest of the world, don't you?
Let's go to Aiko.
Actually, traditionally Catholics have asked women to cover their hair in church. That's something that historically we've done. Don't really do it so much anymore, but if you go to Europe and you go to like traditional like older villages and stuff like that, you'll see it. All the women will have their hair covered in. We do have something, it's not exactly a burqa, but it's along the same lines. But I just
modesty though.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Corey because his answer I thought was really interesting about just follow the dress code. But really, when you're talking about dress codes, just like when you're talking about a lot of other things, you have deductive reasoning and then you have inductive reasoning, right? I'm hoping that'll
have no reasoning, by the way.
Yes, and no reasoning. But I'm hoping that will appeal to the scientist in you, right? Because when you're following a dress code, that's deductive reasoning. You're looking at a rule and then you're applying the rule in the situation. But then you also have inductive reasoning where you see something that you instinctively think is wrong, but you don't really have the logic trained to tell you why it's wrong yet. At that point, you have to use the inductive reasoning to say, maybe this is something that needs to change in the dress code so that we can then apply the dress code to the situation. And then also universally we apply it to everybody else because that's the whole point of a dress code is that the rules apply equally to everybody. So if you see something like this and the dress code doesn't address it, can't you just imply inductive reasoning and say, okay, maybe we should look at the dress code again?
Yeah, so that's a totally valid question in terms of like if you want to reevaluate the dress code such that it applies equally to everyone and provided, I guess, obviously it, meets whatever legal regulations and you're not doing anything illegal, then I have no potential issue with that. That's why it's like I don't have an issue with this currently. Like it seems like they're following the dress code.
Right, they're following the dress code, but I think the panel seems to be in agreement that maybe the dress code isn't sufficient in this case, it needs to be modified. So let me ask a second question, because reading this, hearing everyone's sort of comments on this, it makes it sound like this person has had breast augmentation surgery or something like that. But reading the article, it seems to it says
Prosthetic.
that this is a prosthetic, right? So this is
we all
not
recognize
like. It seems to me that it would be different if although I don't know entirely how much different, but that seems to make it much more easy call if it's just a prosthetic. Because now you're talking about somebody who wouldn't necessarily have to wear that into work, whereas you couldn't take it off if it was an implant, right? So doesn't that change things? That the fact that this is a prosthetic sort of makes me question why it's being weighed to begin with, why it's being taken to the school specifically. Like, if she wants to go to the nightclubs like that, or do whatever she wants to do outside of the school classroom, that's one thing. But then to also wear it in school, I mean, to me, it's not just about the nipples. It's really about it's about the comical size of it as well. And I just don't understand why, if it's a prosthetic, why that doesn't also weigh into things when it comes to the school district's policies.
So I would ask, I think there's a lot of contextual factors to take into account in terms of so I can agree with you in the sense that maybe the fact that they're prosthetics might change things, but then I don't know how you design his dress code of whatever, no clip-on breasts, and how do you apply that? That just means that you can just say that they're real, and do you want teachers, or if they're going to be hired, to check whether their breasts are real or semi-attached or semi-detached?
What do you say whether they're real or not? There is a line at which it becomes too much. So I want to post something in the group chat, right? So this guy allegedly has the largest dick on the planet, right? Allegedly.
Oh, here we go.
Lies, because I'm
I outlined it for you guys, okay? So imagine this guy, we're at the high school, and he insisted on wearing very, very tight pants, fucking yoga pants or something, right? Even if it's real, right? I think like Scott said, hey, at some point it's too distracting. Even if it's real, even if this is just your body, it's you can't work here. I think that's fine. What's wrong with saying that?
What about
any work?
What about a person? Okay, there's two different directions I want to take this. What about a person who has elephantitis of the leg? Right? I'm not gonna do the thing that you think I'm gonna do. But seriously, just has a deformity, elephantitis of the leg. Would we say that person, you can't be a teacher?
You should be free to discriminate against anybody for any reason, period.
I'm not surprised that you would say that,
liberty actually means.
Scott.
But I'm the racist
I agree.
one. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised you would say that.
To answer the question, couldn't you just say, well, if you have something like that which is distracting, we could still hire you, but you should make an effort to cover it up, as opposed to, I think, if you made an effort to accentuate your elephantitis to the point where let's say you wear spandex specifically around that portion of your leg, that might be kind of weird.
You wear a bra around your elephantitis leg. We already established that. We're going to do that. Okay?
Listen, I can tell you, schools make an effort to make accommodations whenever necessary. Some of those accommodations might be to say, yes, you can work here, but there's certain special requests that we're going to make in terms of the clothing that you wear or something.
What if we had? Let's flip this around a little bit. What if it was a student who was naturally busty?
I can tell. Okay, can I answer that?
Hold on, before you do, I don't even just get out there. In middle school, I knew this girl who was really hot, but was super naturally busty, right? Just boom. She had these things, right? She, it was an explosion every time, at least my pants. But when if this person shows up, they're just as distracting, right? Should we discriminate against this individual who just happens to have again, she's wearing a bra, so we can be done with that. She's wearing a bra, but should we discriminate against that? Also have Aiko, but I'm very curious about what you all have to say about that.
Yeah, okay. So for a couple of years, I was everyone has like extra duties that they have to do in a school if they work there. And one year mine was, for 2 years in a row, mine was in school suspension. So every once in a while I would go in, sometimes I would do it for the whole day. People who were suspended but were still in school, like, and at the big, and always in the first period, the class would always fill up with girls, and I couldn't figure out why I was always getting girls first period. And it was because they would show up, somebody would decide that what they were wearing was inappropriate, so they were sent to in-school suspension until a parent could come and bring something else for them to wear. And a lot of times it was having jeans with too many holes in them. So it got me thinking, like, why are all these girls being sent in there with like holes in their jeans? And so I started like noticing more what people were wearing, and the boys had holes in their jeans just as much as the girls did throughout the school. But it was always the girls that got caught. It was also, interestingly, always almost always women teachers who were the ones busting them and sending them to ISS. I don't know what's going on with that. But I started asking around, and so I asked my debate team about this. So they started doing stuff, and we started writing cases about the fact that even though dress codes are written in gender neutral ways, they don't get applied in gender neutral ways. And so it turned out that this isn't just a problem that was in my school, because I was just noticing it in my school, but it's a problem that was happening nationally. So we started pulling some of that evidence, started running some debate cases at tournaments to see, if it was a case that could win or not. But the point is, this is like a real thing. Like you're starting, they're having to, like in the district where I was working, we started having to rework the dress code so that it wouldn't get applied less evenly. And absolutely, like if somebody was busty, also they would more likely get brought in. It was especially
busted
true.
because they're busty.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
I looked up the dress code for this specific school earlier, right? And their policy on this is no exposed or visible nipples, right? Or sex organs or whatever the fuck the word is. Right. So as long as the nipples aren't visible, it's fine. But it seems that standard isn't applying to the teacher for some reason.
What does
Because
visible
they're
mean in this case?
terrified of
right?
TRAs. Like, that's really all it is. People
Well,
are
have you
fucking
seen
terrified of trans rights activists.
But again,
Every
this would still be
specific laws
ridiculous,
in
even
Canada.
if you couldn't,
No,
you
no,
couldn't
no.
see the outlines of the nipples, right? It would
There's
still be
specific
counted.
law in Canada that I think they cited in their response. And I have to read this response again to get the specific. In fact, before I spout on, I'm going to read the specific law again. And just let you know.
Okay,
To
Scott.
answer to
But-
answer
oh,
your-
Lactoid. Sorry, but
What's
sorry,
up?
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Waterkite.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Waterkite,
Icos
since you haven't
point-
talked, so I'm gonna go there, and then Lactoid, and then Scott.
So I'm agreeing a lot with what Ical's saying, because a lot of male students in protest for what's happening to female students started wearing what the females were wearing to see if they gained the same infractions, and they weren't getting punished at the same level that female students were. So it's a discrimination, and it's actually hurting the education of female students.
Okay, let's go to Lactoid. Eric, please, I would love for someone to answer this question.
Yeah, I'll answer the question. I think the standard for the students should be lower. I think the main reason is because as a student, you're mandated by law to attend this institution, and you're also not in a position of power, right? You are the student. You're a kid. And then there should still be rules. There should still be dress codes on you, maybe. But I'd probably be more relaxed in terms of like weird situations like this than I would with a teacher who is a hired employee in a position of power. We can have more expectations on them than we can.
But the
people who
effects are
force
still
me.
the same.
Yeah, the effects may still be the same, but one, I think we have more justification in controlling than the other. I also want to. I don't know how far I want to go with this line of thinking, but I think I take the position that there may be some justification to have slightly different standards when it comes to dress code between men and women. In that, for a number of reasons, but like breasts are simply sexualized at a greater rate among women than they are among men. And not only does this apply in like dress codes, but it also applies in ways that we would all agree with, right? So if if at a high school, like a bunch of boys are like roughhousing or whatever, and like punch each other in the nipples or like slap their nipples or whatever, like titty twisters, I got those all the fucking time, right? That's one thing. But if that happened to a girl, the police would get involved, right? And it would be called sexual assault, Me Too, like it'd be a huge scandal. right? So if you're going to have that standard of protection for breasts, it also makes sense that we have different dress codes for women who have breasts than we have dress codes for men. That's just, I think it makes sense, doesn't it?
I don't know how you're like. Go ahead,
but
Ika.
they
No,
have to be
because
written
dudes-
that way. They have
because
to be
men-
written that way. Like, for instance, if you have, shirts versus skins at gym class or whatever for boys, like that's totally fine, and you wouldn't do that with girls for obvious reasons. But then you need to write that into the dress code so that you're making that differentiation made clear. I'm talking about a dress code that doesn't differentiate, but then is applied in different ways.
Yeah,
And
it
that's
should
the
be
problem.
different. It should be.
Yeah.
I agree with you. It should always, everything should be written down. I 100% agree. I just think that the dress codes should be written differently for
Yeah.
women.
I agree.
Scott.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much of the same thing, but right, because like so long as you have state-based education, where children are legally required to go to public schools, and I think that's really kind of the real cause of the issue. If you wanted to correct this situation, get rid of public education as a state-funded resource and allow parents and people to be able to engage in the market, and then under that
going to be around.
Yeah, but under that system, I would say, yeah, you should be able to discriminate against anybody for any reason, including, if you don't want a girl at your private school that has gargantuan breasts because, you really pride your institution on not having those distractions and a quality education, then you should be able to say yeah, I'm turning you away. You should be selective in the way that you're able to do business and associate with other people.
And it's the same thing with disabled people, right? I mean,
Yes.
disabled people should be
Yes,
able to.
absolutely.
Okay, well, that's
Yeah,
good to. So this contextualize everything that Scott says on this subject. Okay, all right. So
Yeah, no, I mean,
even
you can
don't deserve an
kind of
education.
dismissively. No, that's not what I said. You can.
Oh no,
attempt to
but
ju-
you
It sounds
can't.
like-
Sorry.
No,
you
no,
can't
no, no, no.
deny them an education.
No, listen to me. You can attempt to get emotional with it and dismiss the
I'm not
logic of
getting
what I'm
emotional.
saying.
I'm just.
Right.
I'm
Well,
laughing
you're
at your
straw manning.
terrible-
You're straw manning the position. So
Okay.
if you're not emotional, it means you're being disingenuous, and I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. But
Sure.
no, I never said in any way, shape, or form that people don't deserve an education. What I'm saying is they don't deserve positive rights from other people. You don't get to enslave other people and call yourself
Enslave.
moral by requiring that they do what you want them to do.
Disability.
All you get to
Well,
do is not
disability
aggress upon
is-
someone.
Is enslaving the other rest of who around you. Go ahead, fanatic.
That's a
it
completely
makes- it
straw
makes-
man lie that you're saying right now. Like, I
still
never
makes
said that a
sense.
disability,
It-
the existence of a disability is an enslavement of other people. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is an enslavement of other people is you saying that you don't have the freedom to associate or do your business the way that you want with the people that you choose to do. And instead, the
Sure.
government comes in and forces, with ultimately threat of violence, but sanctions or
This-
or some form of
This is
taxation.
a white
etc.
person with deep privilege who doesn't understand what slavery is.
Yeah,
Thank you
of
so
course
much.
not.
Go ahead,
And
fanatic.
I think the
Straw
problem
man
is
after straw man, you
can't-
got no
Fanatic,
argument.
you
fanatic.
can't engage. You can't engage with him right. This is one of the main reasons why that it's so hard to engage with him. Is because 9 times out of 10 he's not answering.
Because I'm
your
principled.
question. 9 times out of 10 he's not answering your question. He's just trying to find a way of pivoting into his libertarian stances, right? So like if you ask him, do you think that the government should regulate against people dumping oil into against corporations dumping oil into these people's backyard? Is that a moral wrong thing to do? Instead of answering that question, he'll just say things like, well, when you have the government being responsible for doing regulations, then you have these companies that are doing these things, and then the government is supposed to and he'll try to find a way of saying something about how the government shouldn't be involved at all, and instead the citizen. And in every conversation, it's just how do I pivot back to that it's not a genuine conversation.
It's almost
so
like I
deceptive.
actually believe what I say, and my answer to
Yeah.
that question that you attempted to give for me would be that no, the government shouldn't be regulating those things, and also the government shouldn't be affording protections to these companies like oil companies so that they're immune to lawsuits, and that they're actually protecting these companies by being the ones that supposedly regulate them.
Look, you
It's
don't
almost
have
like
to
I'm
ask him a
fucking
question.
principled.
You don't even have to ask him a question. You can just come up with a hypothetical, and he'll still do it. Go ahead, Prime.
Yeah. So I fanatic. Then I want to hear from you. I think Doobie, you might have raised your hand previously. I forget one of you did. And I skipped over you, but I whichever one of you did, I do want to get to you. Fanatic though. Yeah. Could you answer that question in terms of the student?
Well, I'm sorry. What would if the student was incredibly busty and so on and so forth, and it was like
Yeah.
literally something outside of their control? No, I don't think you'd be able to turn away that student for sure.
Okay, sure, but
And the reason being is because one
It's just
again,
it's just dismission and
like,
derision
you
because they
can't
don't
deny
have fucking
people in
answers
education.
for what I have
And
to
if
say.
it's something that's literally happening outside of that person's control, one, there's already the compulsion that the person has to go to school, and two, you could be like again really harmfully discriminating against a person that's not doing anything of their own volition, and so that's obviously a problematic thing, right? So I would say no, you have no right to.
sure. What about employment then?
Employment is obviously different. One, employment is voluntary. Two, like since this is a state sanctioned thing in which we're saying we're going to be providing this thing for all the students and so on and so forth, then if you are in a position where you decide like you're going to be doing things that are going to be harmful towards that process, then as the state you're neglecting, right? Because your job is to make sure that you're providing the best education opportunity for the students.
Let's move away from the school just for a second, okay? So Scott had earlier said that a woman who is like naturally very curvy, right? Who is wearing professional office clothing, that on her that her clothing might still be a problem, even though she's dressed like to the T. In terms of office decorum, right? That her body just is what it is, right? Because of that, you be able to discriminate against them and not hire them. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, it's a really stupid thing to say, and for the primary reason is that, like, if you really think about it, like, if unless you can tell me some sort of functional way that this is going to be harmful to their job, it doesn't make sense. Obviously, when you start talking about children, you don't expect children to have the decency and the ability that the adults do in regulating themselves and saying, hey, like, this is just a person. I'm not going to dehumanize this person. I'm not going to do these kind of things, right? Like, you don't expect adults to be, I mean, you expect adults to be able to do that. You don't expect children to be able to say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and talk myself out of my hormones raging because I'm seeing erect nipples, right? Like, they're kids and they don't have the same like development in the brain, so that's why there's going to obviously be a different
nipples covered up, though, to be clear.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Yeah. Well, I mean, just regardless, I think you're going to obviously see a difference between the way the children and adults have it. So that's when you talk about a job versus a school, these things are wildly different.
I just want to say real quick that all transactions should be voluntary, and if they're not voluntary and they're coerced by another power, that is inherently aggressive and violent towards those people's freedoms and liberty, and is a morally unjustifiable position, and is, for the record, a form of enslavement when you use violence and coercion to modulate and control the behavior of other people when they are not actually doing anything aggressive towards another human being.
Gotcha. So let's try Doobie. Doobie, what do you think about the example I gave in terms of the student? Should the student who is naturally ultra busty and wearing a bra, should they be allowed to, or should the school be allowed to discriminate against them?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Yeah, right. I mean, again, the school's policy is pretty clear. I think it makes sense. So as long as it's not exposed or visible, you're fine. And I think if you're wearing a bra, your nipples aren't visible typically. So yeah, I think you're good.
And you would say the same thing about a teacher who just happens to be naturally busty. Okay.
Yeah,
Doobie.
of course.
At least he has some sense there. Thank you so much, Doobie. Okay. So
what's your argument against that? But what's your, like, you're dismissive of people that disagree with you, and that's fine. Like, I get it, it's your show. But like, what's your argument against someone that is incredibly curvy and incredibly beautiful, right? That is teaching a classroom, right? To let's say 9th grade. I think 9th grade's a great example, right? Sure. And like, the parents are going to the school and being like, my son, who's usually really good at math, isn't getting anything done, and all the boys in class are like passing notes and they're not paying attention.
Bad parents.
Because this teacher is
bad
this
parents.
teacher. That's not bad parents. It's fucking hormones. Like, if you put a solid 10,
you can teach children, how to, emotionally regulate and deal with their feelings.
PhD candidate over here, you're being fucking anti-science as fuck.
It's crazy to emotionally regulate yourself.
You're gonna teach a 14-year-old to not be a fucking
right. Like, and I already said, like, it's perfectly reasonable to take said teacher and be like, look, maybe you shouldn't be in charge of like 9th grade. Like maybe you should like be working in middle school or elementary school or in like senior year
Right.
where people have
I'll
like
try
some
my
more
best to
control.
respond.
But it's working. It's literally working against the
Yeah.
student's
So
education.
if it's a handsome man, like, you know, whatever.
Yes,
you
I would
say,
agree.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's
Like if there's and it's usually a U.S. history teacher, right? Let's just be honest, right? If there's a fucking U.S. history teacher dude, it's like fucking super fucking Giga Chad that shows up into class every day in a suit, and all the girls are passing notes and not getting shit done and not paying attention. It's like, hey, maybe we should fucking like, you know, put you in middle school or
Do the
elementary
Saudi
school.
Arabia thing. Yeah, I get it.
What's your argument against that, though?
No, I
We need
will
to
argue
argue.
against it. Sure.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. And I left other people to jump in on this as well. My argument is the same as my argument against any sort of discrimination for something that is beyond a person's control. So there are other people's reaction to your appearance, right? Is not again, assuming it's within the bounds of a dress code here, right? That is not your fault. What this logic train leads to, is that men can't control themselves, and then rape is a woman's fault. So
Thank you.
How do we get here?
What I've
So,
been
hold
trying
on,
to
hold
say
on.
this whole time.
Yeah, let me take you there, right? Scott's saying that within the context of that classroom, that these boys can't control themselves, right? And then you can't teach them. Like Corey said, yeah, why don't you do better parenting? Like you are fucking up in class, kid, right? I don't care what the fuck your teacher looks like. Like you need to be focusing on your work. And this is the same mindset where it comes to, hey, what she was wearing, right? See, that's a problem, right? Well, of course she got sexually assaulted, right? Now, I don't support sexual assault, certainly not, right? But if you go around town dressed like that, well, I mean, you know, it's gonna happen. And that line of thinking leads to the burqa. I mean, we've already seen Scott literally line up with the Saudi Arabia regime, right? Our friend Lactoid's telling us that men who are too beautiful, are told to move away from a group of women. Right? Like Scott signed on to that. Oh, and this guy is too cute.
No, I didn't.
This history teacher you said the history teacher is too cute and he's a distraction. Then maybe he shouldn't have that job. Did I get that part wrong?
Maybe he shouldn't have that job isn't the words that I use, but sure, close enough.
Yeah, not that ninth grade teacher, right? That's right. That would be a problem. Specifically ninth grade we were talking about. Okay, yeah. So it's the same thing. That these individuals, these children, cannot control themselves. That is not a thing that they are capable. That is silly to think that we could tell. Like if they're the same thing, if there is a girl that is busty, right, in the classroom, then I wouldn't say give my kid all this excuse. Well, this kid's too busty, right? As a parent, I'm not gonna fucking show up and like protest this girl existing because she's too busty, and my kid's got a fucking erection, and he can't, and he's got the sex craze on his mind. Sorry, that's his problem, and that's my problem for not parenting him correctly. That's my argument.
So let me explain why you're not representing my logic in any way, shape, or form. Right. So my logic is that you shouldn't be coerced from voluntary association, and that if an individual if someone owns a school, right? So someone has the right to hire and fire and put people in the positions that are the best towards them, right? They should have the freedom to be able to say that, you know, this person would be better suited in a different position, or that they're not a right fit for whatever fucking reason, number one. Number two, the idea that you are saying that 14-year-old boys can be distracted from their education by incredibly gorgeous women, or 14-year-old girls, or of course, you know, LGBT community and all of that, right? Like boys distracted by the boy, doesn't fucking matter. The idea that someone that is at that age with raging hormones, that you're just a bad parent, or you're encouraging bad behavior if we just recognize reality. Do you know what that is? that is the insanity of your philosophy overriding reality. Because the reality of the world is the reality of the world is that super hormonal teenagers can be distracted by exceedingly beautiful people, and that there are, and if I so choose as an employer to put someone there that is less distracting because I want better educational outcomes for those people, that there's nothing wrong with that.
People can be distracted by anything. No, I don't think anyone would say that, a teenager, regardless of gender or sex, is never distracted. It's whether, if you're making the argument, or like you outline the case of like, oh yeah, my boy just can't learn math in this classroom because of what they're surrounded by. That's you being a bad parent. I think you demonstrate
that.
This is just denial of reality.
I have a couple points.
Absolutely, 100%
What you do instead, you don't sit there and look at an individual case. What you do is instead you say, this seems like something that would likely be a deterrent for most young people given this kind of a circumstance, and so then therefore this is why we should react differently. In the same sense when it comes to things like driving, right? Where it's like, hey, we're not going to say, no, you're just a bad parent for letting your kid make reckless decisions. We say, given the developmental age, given the developed brain at this stage, this is a likely outcome, and because it is likely, then we should probably take steps to circumvent such things. That's what they're talking about. That's what everyone with a working brain would do. Like, I don't know why you're arguing against it.
Yeah, so what the most optimal sort of design of a school would pretty much like we just all of the heterosexual people like it should be segregated.
You're gonna go to
like
some
pretty much
crazy extreme slippery slope retardation. Just deal with what we're talking about.
So I try to, in terms of like, yeah, if your child is too distracted by what its surroundings are, like you have almost certainly raised that child incorrectly or has some sort of developmental disability, like 100%.
You know what, Corey?
Lactoid, give him a chat. Lactoid.
Yeah. I just have three quick points. Okay, so I'm noticing a hypocrisy here. In one of our prior discussions, and I'm pretty sure you were actually on that, Corey, we were talking about protecting children, and when it came to software used to protect children from certain websites, and the argument here was never coming from people. Well, no, it's the parents' responsibility. We have no responsibility to protect children. We have no responsibility to care for children. It's if this happens, it means you're a bad parent. Same thing with like the drug overdose thing. No, we all have a responsibility to protect children, and I am also flabbergasted that you guys are forgetting about all the children who don't have good parents, right? Who don't have parents at all, right? Who are forced into public education where they don't have an upbringing, and now like this is a situation in which they're obviously going to have difficulty focusing. And you can say, well, it's because their parents are bad. Sure. Does that help them get an education? Does that help them get a degree? It doesn't, Absolutely. Right? The other thing here, when it comes to the teacher as opposed to other students, they're the instructor, right? The focus is on them. They are the adult. They are controlling the classroom. We can control them to more of an extent than we can the kids, in the same way we can when it comes to prayer in schools. Kids can pray if they want to, but legally we have an issue when it comes to teachers leading kids in prayer, right? Or teachers sitting up at the desk and praying in front of the kids. Why? Because obviously we recognize teachers hold a different position of power and a different place in the classroom than students do. The last point I have here is, we're going down slippery slopes. We can also go down a slippery slope the opposite way. There's plenty of examples of things that are highly distracting. Let's say there was a teacher who smelled horrible, and every time they came into class, they reeked so bad that no one could focus. Are we really going to say, well, we should just teach the kids to get over the smell? Or can we say, like, at some point, like, I'm sorry you can't control, like, how, like, you're setting up the fire alarms and shit, like, it's just so bad, we can't have you here, right? There does come a point, like, if we want to go down the slippery slope the other way, in which we recognize there are distractions for kids that, we can try to help, but perhaps to the super extremes, we can't help. I don't understand why, like, everyone's dumping on Scott for saying that. I think that's a somewhat reasonable position, right? If something is so crazy out there, at some point, if it's distracting and destroying the learning environment, we owe it to we're spending money to teach these kids. Why would we ruin their future? To make somebody like some teacher happy? Is that
I
it?
can attempt to
pick and choose
Go
who
ahead.
gets to have some sort of future, who gets to have education, who gets to have anything, employment based on these rules. You're going to have a bunch of people living in trailers. I don't understand it.
Yeah, so I can attempt to address some of the points that you made, Lactoid. I don't know if I can remember them all, but specifically about the point in terms of like, yeah, I totally agree with you. If not, I have no problem saying that probably the vast majority of children don't have like the best parents, or like
Right? I was like,
maybe I would
do I
almost make
say
the argument
anything?
of
Like, we
the large
already have a
majority
bunch of people
parents are
living in trailers.
pretty awful.
Like, trailer parks exist.
But at the same time, I think there are other ways to address that instead of
What
like
even is
punishing
that?
the teacher. As in, like, if a child has difficulties focusing in class, like you can provide resources and support for that child. Guidance counselors and other forms of counseling exist for a reason, where you can, if they are not receiving the appropriate, social, emotional regulation from their parents, you can get that through other means, through other support systems. And you don't have to like remove a teacher or like, transport a child from like one classroom to another to like the teacher that they're not attracted to or whatever. There are other ways of addressing that that addresses your point.
You have a teacher with a classroom of, let's say, 30 people that are all children. And for some reason, you want to die on this hill that, like, how dare we discriminate against the teacher and just move them to an elementary school? And in lieu of that, you want to use guidance counselors and like the entire school system, right? Like to try and fix these 14-year-old boys that are distracted by the super hot teacher. That is, like, even from a consequentialist perspective, even from your leftist framework, the amount of money and time and care and like difficulty is so much more in one direction than the other that this is just a silly argument at this point.
No. So if you want to address that, Prime, but I can engage with that. Like, in terms of the scenario that you outlined, if a child is struggling, and you're saying like this is a disproportionate allocation of resources, I would say if a child is struggling, they should receive a disproportionate allocation of resource, or like whatever appropriate one, because that speaks to a larger issue. I think it's fair to say.
The problem isn't an individual child. The problem is that we're saying children likely are going to have this experience, not just an individual child. That's the thing. Whenever we start talking about like making redressing things or like adjusting things because like there's like some sort of normative outcome that we're like associating something with, then in those cases is where you can say, hey, yeah, maybe we should do things a little bit differently. Maybe because of the fact it would be if you would say if this is an outlier situation where you have one child who is expected to be perform poorly, then you can say, no, you just need to adjust your kid. But when we can say this is something that most kids, given the circumstance, would probably react in this way, that's when you start saying, nah, maybe you need to adjust that teacher. That's the difference.
Yeah, I just don't know how to turn that into a prescription. Like, we go back to the scenario. Like, it seems like the best sort of design of a school system is like all girls who are heterosexual and all boys who are heterosexual.
The best design for the school system is what we have right now. And when you have these outlier retard situations, you just address them, right? Like, you don't have to go ahead and redesign the entire school system because the entire school system functions. We're identifying a problem, and rather than admit, hey, what our solution is to this problem works, you would rather say, no, let's just redesign the entire thing from the very ground up. You don't have to do that. We don't have to be retarded. We can use our brains.
No, I think Corey is saying that the issue that it works as it is now. It's functioning now. The way, at least in the cases, Canadian case, he's saying it's actually functioning, and there doesn't need to be a redesign.
That's what we're all identifying. That's the whole point of the conversation.
We haven't distilled the problem, though. What is the problem?
The problem is that you're centrally planning this legislation.
I want to address
and there are unintended consequences of central planning.
I don't Lactoid. I think you made a really interesting point previously. I think that our first instinct should always be that we don't discriminate. That as long as someone can functionally do a job, right? If you can't functionally do it, that's a problem. But if you can functionally accomplish the business mission, then that should be okay. I think it's a disgusting thought that a person can literally be too fucking pretty, or on the other hand, too ugly to be employed there.
What
right?
About smelly?
No, and that was your good point. So I'm gonna get back to that. But yeah, I think that's like what world are we living in when that is the outcome we want, the prescription that we want, where a person just happens to be that someone decides that this is too physically distracting. Like, how do we even fucking measure that? right? How do we measure that a person's too attractive, and then how do we measure the effects, right? It could be that one kid.
That's the problem.
It could be that one kid is really having trouble concentrating, right? And the rest of the class manages it, right? They got erections, it's true, but they manage it and they get their work done. But then, or it could be that maybe there's more, or maybe there's less. I don't know. Or maybe none of the kids have a problem, and it really is just the parents. It's the wives, right, who show up at parent-teacher conference and say that this person is too attractive. Their bodies are too curvy, too sinful. One of them is gonna fucking say that. And that's the issue. At that point, like, that's not a world I want to live in, where that's the standard, or we don't really define the standard. It's just anything, I guess, right?
You're proving my point.
Oh no, Scott.
Sorry, I wait until you finish an argument, but then you make multiple.
Yeah, shut up. I'm sorry, Scott. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, I'm making my argument, and yeah, I'll take as much time as I fucking want to. Scott, you do that fucking all the time. Leave me the fuck alone.
Make a good
Shut
point.
up. Whoa. Shut the fuck up. All right. If you need me to assist you, I can assist you. But shut the fuck up. I'm talking. Thank you. All right, don't worry. I'll help you. So okay. So that's not the world that I want to create. And it's a world where when it comes to black girls and black women, they're the ones going to be punished more. So I think it was Aiko who brought up talking about like the differences in kids, right? Like who are hit with these like demerits or suspensions or whatever the fuck, right? For dress code violations. That happens more to women of color, to girls of color. Those individuals are the ones who are told that they are the problem.
He didn't bring up women of color. He just brought up women though.
That they've showed up and they've done something wrong just because their bodies. Hell, like they don't even like their fucking hair, right? Like that's why I have to have the fucking Crown Act because of their hair, and we'll have hair discrimination. So yes, body discrimination is a thing that happens to girls of color. So that's not something I want. However, you made a really good point on smell, right? And I don't know how to exactly deal with that. There could be a person who has like it's not a hygiene issue. They're taking showers, right? But they have like a hyperactive sweat glands. And we can imagine a scenario where it's just so bad that it's distracting. I don't know how to deal with that. I'm going to have to put some serious thought into it. I literally don't know how to deal with that one. But I think it's a really good point. And that I think it's fair to say that could be that could be a distraction. And maybe they functionally can't I don't know. I have to put some more thought into it, but thank you so much for that.
Right, because there's other. It's unfortunate, but it is true that your immutable characteristics can influence how you can do a job. Like the smell example, that could be distracting in classrooms. That could also be distracting if you're a salesperson.
Well, he's the moderator of the debate.
People.
You
might have a very difficult time selling to people if you have halitosis, right? If you're every time you try to talk to them, they want to walk away because like, holy shit. And it's also true that if you're really ugly, you're not going to be a very successful salesperson. And I think it'd be ridiculous to insist that a company who's in the business of sales, who needs to meet their bottom line, to say, well, like, you have to hire this ugly person because they can't control that they're ugly, or like you have to hire this ugly stripper because they can't control that they're ugly, and now you're going to lose money, right? Because in the private sector, it's money, but in the public sector, we're talking about a child's education. We're talking about their future success, and so you're not compromising the bottom line when you introduce a distraction-full environment to them. You're affecting their very futures. That's something that obviously needs to be like weighed. I'm not saying like in every scenario, just completely overpowers a teacher's, self-expression, but that definitely needs to be strongly weighed against what a teacher can do in or outside, not even outside, just in the classroom, right?
In college, I had a teacher. He taught database stuff. He taught databases, and he had a very strong accent. He was an Asian gentleman, had extremely strong accent, and it was fucking hilarious. Like he would say things with his accent, and it would be funny. So? Like he would like say like sex, so, right? He sounds like saying sex all the time. Other things like that sounded like super lewd, and I just literally, like from the beginning of this course to the end of this course, could not stop snickering. Right? I had to fucking deal with that. I had to get over it. if this had been now, I that you could say,
I mean,
well, I'm a
considering he's
college age
mostly
kid, you
moderating
should be able to handle
his
that.
laissez-faire
If
unless
this had
you
been in high
piss him
school,
off
I'd had even
specifically,
tougher
it wouldn't
time
surprise me.
doing that, right?
I don't think you should have had.
Prime,
If it
hey,
was in
I got you. That's a very personal thing, and I can totally understand where you're going with this. But let me ask you a question: what if it was so bad and so common and so whatever that literally every kid was dealing with it in the same way? It turned out that every kid was snickering like that, and so all the kids were struggling and their grades were being impacted. At that point, would you say that maybe this person wouldn't be fit for this job?
So here's the thing. As far as I know, at least among my friends that went there, like who took that same class with me, they were all snickering. All of them. I remember we were just fucking laugh the entire time. But like we had to get over it. In that case, I say it's incumbent upon the kid. Now, my teacher was perfectly not legible, but the opposite of that, like intelligible.
Illegible.
Like,
no,
intelligible.
legible is likely the right word.
Yeah,
No,
intelligible.
Legible would be
Yeah,
written
sorry, Corey. I didn't mean the opposite. I meant for voice.
Okay.
Yeah, intelligible. So this person was intelligible, so I could understand his words. Right, sometimes it took a little bit of deciphering, because of his strong accent, but I could understand his words. But I literally just had to overcome it, and I did because I did really well in that class.
What if you couldn't understand his words to the point where it was like you couldn't understand some of the words, but you couldn't understand probably half of what this person was saying, and so it led to you having
It's also him
bad
in
grades
college.
in the same way you had bad grades because you guys were laughing the whole time.
That sounds like a functional thing to me in that case. And I'm going to admit, before anyone you said, that like the line here is very gray, I think. But like in terms of functionality, yeah, I think that if the person literally has people have trouble hearing them or understanding their words, then as a teacher, and that's an issue when you're spending all your time talking. But
even though you can't control that, right?
Even though you can't control it. So I'll admit that there's some overlap there, and I don't know how to draw that hard line here. So that's something we're gonna have to put some thought into.
But Prime, at the very least, in the example that you brought before us, this is a way less sympathetic situation where you have somebody who's trying to learn the language and they just can't, or maybe they have like a hyperactive like body odor and they just
unmuted,
can't get rid of
boys.
it. This is somebody who puts in prosthetics and comes to a classroom full of high schoolers. This person could just simply take the prosthetics out. It's more comparable to somebody who smells bad because they just don't shower. Like, you could just shower and then you'd be fine, right? I don't understand why, like, we don't even have to get into the problem of like, immutable characteristics, even though we spent a lot of time talking about that. In this, you can just take them out. You can just take them out and come to class.
So I mean, yeah, I hear you, but I think Corey was trying to address this. Like, how do we make like institutionalize that? There's a word I'm looking for here. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, or implement it like in practice.
Codify it.
Yeah,
We can put it in the
codify.
codes.
Codify.
It's
Yeah,
pretty simple.
But like, and I'll say this, and Scott, I'd like to hear what you have to say after that. But how do we codify that when? Okay, this is an obvious case where this person, like, apparently, like, was in one state before and then showed up in a separate state. You can tell this is obviously a change. But if they started work this way, right? And let's say they were a trans individual, but like they just they passed, right? So you had no idea one way or the other. It's like, okay, you've got these very large breasts or something that appear to be breasts, right? You could just take them out, but I don't know. This person looks cis to me. How do we handle this? Like, do women with large breasts have to come with a certificate from the doctors saying these are my natural breasts?
The female body inspector.
I don't know how you even codify that.
No, you don't have to codify it. You simply say like, look, like you come to the interview or whatever, and if it's going to be a problem, you say, look, you have to wear like a cover-up bra or something, like this is going to be distracting. And if they say, well, I'm already wearing 5, this is how it looks like with 5 on. If I take them all off, like it'll fill up this entire room and go all over, spill over onto all the desks, and like you're not gonna have any room to like write.
Then I would agree it's a distraction.
Yeah. So but this person at that point, just I'm sorry. In the same way that like someone with halitosis probably shouldn't be a salesperson. Somebody, this is gonna sound kind of mean, but like somebody with Perhaps some verbal disorders, might have some issues being an attorney. Somebody, this probably is just not the job for this person. If you're not a good fit in a job, that doesn't mean that you're a loser. It just means that perhaps you have to get a different job. And there's plenty of, I'm sorry, don't sound crass, but there are plenty of jobs this person could probably get.
Scott.
So what we're describing is the problems that occur from centrally monopolistic behavior state. That's what you're seeing, right? So you even yourself showed the problem when you said, well, maybe some kids need extra work, right? But like the rest of the kids have a boner, or like everybody's giggling. And what you're doing is you're using a false myth of equality, that like this equality exists between the competence and the fit of teachers, and therefore it's wrong to discriminate. The fact of the matter is some people are great teachers, some people are poor teachers. And so what ends up happening is you actually push down the education of everybody by attempting to centrally plan all of these systems within education. And so this is like in the Road to Serfdom, like Hayek, right? What you're doing is you're using the state to attempt to research what it is that the market needs. And the problem is that the more you research, right, the more you spend attempting to find a price demand equation that the market simply does. The market does the price demand equation without need for intervention and from regulation from those that purchase and those that don't. And so like you're using this myth and you're pushing everyone down. And then what ends up occurring as you centrally plan is there are outliers and there are issues and there are loopholes and all of these things. But if you were free to simply engage in the market in a meaningful way, you wouldn't have these problems because this person would just get fired or they would get moved somewhere where they're not a problem.
Okay, but Corey, you said something that I think was really intelligent and I think that could be really, really addressed. Peep this out. So you said earlier, you said that yes, but like once he like laid out everything like that, like, hey, here's the thing, this is the difficulty, blah, 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 blah. You said it would be a distraction.
Hey, thanks, Real Mighty Joe.
This is where the point comes on. Like, you at least admitted that part. If something is distracting to to the majority of students, do you think it would be incumbent on the school to ensure that that thing is not present in the school?
Okay, well, so I was responding to if I understood the scenario that he outlined in terms of like as them removing their bras, like the students were like almost like physically displaced from the classroom, basically.
No, not physically displaced. He just said that they were all over the place, right? Like they're
no. Well, let's let Lactoid clarify his example.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Screw that. We don't got to go into that. If something is, we don't have to go into any specifics in this. Just leave it general. If something is going to be distracting to the vast majority of students, do you think it is incumbent on that school to remove such things so that the students can get a fair education?
Yeah. So I'm not fully agreeing or disagreeing. So Lactoid did bring up a great example of like if someone's body odor that they can't control is distracting, and let's say there's actual like a large proportion of the students in the class are complaining to either them or the authorities saying, hey, yeah, like there's just like whatever, just smells really bad, then I can be on board in terms of like, yeah, probably something has to be done. I don't know what that would be, if that involves potentially changing the teacher, or like that teacher just is not suited because like, yeah.
Okay, then bringing the subject back, do you think that this person wearing these prosthetic titties with these obvious nipples, do you think that it's realistic to say that that would be distracting to most students?
Not inherently, no. That's where it gets
then what do you think is the reason for all of these pictures and all of the hoopla and all of them posting to their social media, all the pictures from the students themselves while in class taking pictures of the titties? Why do you think that is if they weren't distracted by the titties?
Well, no. So is this multiple students or is this one or a couple of photos?
There were multiple students from multiple people. They all said that.
This could just be something I don't actually know in terms of like, is it something that viral or like, a bunch of students in the class?
A bunch of students took pictures.
And also at the same time, just because students took pictures, that doesn't make it inherently distracting. Students take like, as in like,
I already asked the question then. If it's not distracting, why were those students taking pictures of them then?
I agree with you. Phones are distracting in class.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking. Again, the phone is the device used to take the pictures.
No,
I'm not
no.
gonna let you. I'm not going to let you be dishonest and weasel out of it. Why are the kids taking photos of the picture? I mean, of the titties, if the titties aren't distracting.
Okay, so to go back to Lactoid's example of
No,
like,
no, no. I'm not asking about Lactoid's example. I asked you a very specific. I asked you a very specific question. Why are the kids taking pictures of the titties if the titties aren't distracting?
So I said in the example that if there are students complaining, okay.
So you're not gonna answer my question? Answer my question. Why are the students taking pictures of the titties if the titties aren't distracting?
So is your argument that everything that a student takes a picture of is distracting?
All right, yeah. So he's not going to honestly engage anymore. Never mind.
Okay. Let's go to Aiko.
Freaking
Aiko.
retarded. This is why these conversations are so pointless. Everyone gets dishonest, and this is ridiculous. Literally, everyone here understood the question as I asked it. We saw he tried to weasel multiple times till he finally gets pinned, and then he just starts trying to like do everything he can. Well, let's go back to Lactoid's example. Well, let's talk about phones being distracting. Well, let's talk about everything but answer the freaking question. You're a dishonest cucklord. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Okay. Aiko. Not a cucklord. All right.
Listen, I just wanted to say that,
There are now three people on this panel
when
that Fanatic will talk to.
One of the things that school boards try to do is they try to go around the question and answer the question in other ways. I'm not talking about this specific example because I think most of the panel agrees that that's a problem. But then when the other questions came up about, well, what if somebody's just simply too beautiful because they're distracting in that way or something like that? And the problem here is that is easily gotten around simply by looking at performance. So what we can do is we can look at the performance of teachers and we can see, oh, this one teacher their students have really low performance, really low test grades, they're not doing as well as other people in the department. And you can say, okay, well, if it's because the teacher's too beautiful, we pull out the teacher for that. Or you can just say, because those students are not performing well, then we're going to have to, put this teacher somewhere else where they might be more successful, or let that teacher go without even having to know that it was her beauty that caused the problem. So that sort of avoids the question altogether and still gets you to the result that you need, which is to say teachers that are low performing in terms of what they can do with the students get pulled out of the classroom.
No,
if it's true that's causing low performance.
No, that's you trying to avoid discrimination and then just firing someone who is a good teacher because they're just in the wrong place. Like, you're trying to deny reality and not look at it because you're afraid to just say, yeah, this teacher's incredibly attractive and probably shouldn't be in a 9th grade class.
Wait a minute, hold on.
12th grade class.
Sorry, I was just about to wrap this up, but now I gotta ask this, right? Aiko literally addressed this, right? Like, from my understanding, that what Aiko's answer he just gave should have answered everything, right? Should have addressed all your points. So the point is that, like, you're saying that this the person is a distraction, and that distraction is having a deleterious effect on the student's performance. But Aiko says, well, okay, well, we look at it from the other direction. If we see a classroom that is low performing, right, because of this massive distraction that you guys have all pointed out, spent all this time talking about, right? If you have this distraction and it shows within the grades, this teacher, for whatever reason, because of their accent, because of their breasts, because they smell, because they aren't good at getting their points across, right? For whatever reason that their class is low performing, then we take action, either moving them to a different classroom or letting them go. How is that not like the perfect response along your logic?
Well, I just explained it, but I'll explain it again, because when you're doing it blind of the reasoning, right? And instead you're just using this fucking measuring central plan metric of teacher performance instead of actually looking at what's going on, what's going to end up happen is you're going to lose good teachers that are potentially just in the wrong classroom. And you're going to lose them.
Moving to another classroom.
Oh my God, you didn't listen to what he said then, because he specifically said that you wouldn't even need to know what it was, because you would just look at performance metrics and potentially fire them in that case. And what I'm saying is that this, if you actually engaged with it and you were actually honest about it, and you actually had the freedom to discriminate appropriately, you could say this person's a great teacher but the 9th grade just isn't a good
Oh my
fit for
God.
them. They should be in 12th grade
literally-
or in elementary school.
No, you didn't listen to me. I said that Aiko said that you can move them to another classroom, accomplishing what you just said. 9th to 12th, right? That'll be a different classroom. Moving them.
Do I need to walk you through this? I need to walk you through this.
No, you don't, because you're literally not listening.
You clearly do.
Because I bought. Okay, whatever. Okay. So
you
then
specifically
we can't
said.
hear-
You
we can't hear each
specifically
other.
said. You specifically said, right? He specifically said that you wouldn't even need to like understand why this was happening. You would just look at their performance reviews and know that they're doing poorly. And what I'm saying is that you're trying to circumnavigate, right? And find a solution that you can centrally plan to determine the efficacy of the teachers. But if you're not actually allowing that freedom to discriminate, and you're not actually allowing people to investigate why those things are that way, right? That some people are going to fall through the cracks that would be good,
Wow.
but wouldn't be a right fit for that class, for that grade level, for example.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Amazing.
I
Amazing. The
actually-
person who was pro discrimination is the person who would say, "Oh, teachers are going to fall through the cracks, and some people are going to be unfairly fired." Amazing. So let's move.
Your hatred
move on. We gotta-
of rationality
That's fine.
is so strong that it
Clearly,
stops
that's
you
what's
from being
happening.
able to listen.
That's clearly what it is. Look, we've already gone over time, so I want to try to respect people's time. If you have something else to say, you can say it during your closing, okay? All right. Hello, everyone. We are going to continue on to open walk-on panel right after this. This was an incredible conversation. Shout out to my man, Doobie. Doobie is the one who put this on my radar. Fuck. This is a wild conversation. And there's still so much more to it. But in any case, if you guys have been enjoying this conversation, hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on so you know going live. It is all the time. Don't want you to miss out on any of our conversations. !Facebook social would chat for our social media, where we have Twitter, Discord, TikTok, and YouTube. Like, comment, and subscribe. But remember, we still have more content coming up. We aren't ending. The stream does not end. We're gonna have an open walk-on panel where you sitting at home, may participate. So stick around. And we can either have more of this conversation or touch on the first one, because there's more stuff there that we didn't get to. So there's plenty to discuss here. So stick around for that. Thank you. But I'm going to give an outro to my to these great individuals, right? So we start with my man Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for coming through and making some really good points, right? You really made me think. So I do appreciate you as always.
Thank you so much for having me on. It was I think a great discussion. I thought the topics were really interesting. I mean, they really centered around, I think, a subject that everybody should care about, which is student safety, keeping children safe from violence and grooming, really. And so it's important conversations to have. If you liked what I have to say, you can find me on Anti-Communism United on Discord, Twitch, or Twitter. I'm doing some streams, legal and political content. It's a whole bunch of fun stuff. I also wanted to quickly tack on one thing. I'm very much in favor of performance standards. Hopefully we can implement them to all government jobs and really cut down on the chaff of government spending, wasteful government spending. So super big fan of that idea. So thank you.
I love how you snuck that in. Good work. Good shit. All right. I love it, my friend. Okay. Let's go to Scott. Scott, thanks for coming through and being the bane of my progressive existence. But still, again, I'm grateful for you. Thank you so much.
I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me pretty much everywhere as Fabian Liberty. And if you want to know what type of content I do, all of my content revolves around explaining how it is morally unjustifiable to advocate for anything against the non-aggression principle and the right of private property, and that one cannot logically do so, and explaining how that actually works and remaining principled to the ideals of freedom and non-aggression and conflict reduction, as opposed to anyone that isn't a voluntarist or an anarcho-capitalist. They are objectively wrong, and they cannot morally justify those positions. And it shows over and over and over.
Thank you so much, Scott, and for the spirited conversation. All right, let's go to my man Corey. Corey, we fought the good fight here, right?
Right.
And we slayed our enemies. I think. I'm pretty sure we won. So Corey, thank you, for coming through and giving me the backup. I need it.
Yeah, anytime. Well, I'm always, happily grateful anytime that you message me to invite me on. Always super appreciated. Try to never take it for granted. And it's been entertaining, and just a wild ride that I can never get enough of. I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on twitch.tv, Corey Campbell84, on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. Lactoid, my fellow American, always a pleasure. Scott, always a pleasure. And pleasure to meet you, Water Kai. I don't think I've run into you before. And despite the disagreement, always a pleasure, Fanatic, and always interesting, entertaining, and always a pleasure, iCow and Doobie.
And that's really nice of you to acknowledge Lactoid, who now identifies as an American. So let's go to our friend Water Kai. Water Kai, thanks for stopping by, jumping in here with all the good points.
This was a pure fire conversation, heated all the way through, and I appreciate all the discourse and everyone here and all the different points of view. It was a lot to think of, especially Fabian. A lot to think on. Thank you.
Thank you. Fanatic, who disagreed with, I think you disagreed with everyone at some point in time on the, between both the topics. I think you disagreed with us all. So thank you for being an extraordinary, right, premier contrarian fanatic. And bringing the fire in a way that only you can.
You're very welcome. My name is Fanatic. Listen, y'all niggas can follow me at twitch.tv/MrFanatic. Ask me my takes about white people and pineal glands. You can ask me my takes on anything. I'm a very honest person. Probably the least racist person on this entire panel. I don't think it's racist to say things like that we know we have scientific backing for. I'm not the one out here claiming all sorts of atrocities or other nonsense, right? I'm just a person that studies history, looks at history and sees things, right? If we want to talk about calcified pineal glands that, I mean, there have been studies about those kinds of things. I mean, maybe people should actually present me some studies about them, and then I'll actually change my thoughts or actually educate myself about them. Instead of just trying to attack me.
This is
that's all that Scott knows.
This is David Duke shit.
Honestly, and I all the rumors going around, I never said that white women were disgusting. People just be making up lies. I don't make statements like that. I think that's disgusting. I'm not a racist. I think people are gross.
So, oh goddamn! All right, as usual, I'm left speechless. A fanatic goes, look, I don't know anything about these pineal glands. I think that my white brothers out here, right? My white brothers, you are fully capable of reasoning. Okay, right? I'll do the woke thing, right? I think white men are equal to everyone else, right? I'll say it. Look, someone's got to be brave.
What about white women?
White women, they are amazing. They are.
A step above the white men.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I was close.
So stunning and brave.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to our friend Aiko. Fine example of a white man, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to concede my time to Fanatic to explain the calcified pineal gland theory, because I don't know what it is.
Oh no.
You're in for a wild ride.
Well, I mean, listen, I'll just tell you this, okay? Listen, rather than look at the calcified pineal gland, instead of that, you can look at things like the RH factor, right? And that's something that's present specifically in, actually, maybe I should. Well, you know what? I'll talk to you about it off screen.
Oh, okay.
Off stream, we can
Got
have a conversation whenever you want. You just hit me up in my DMs. I'm always at my computer. Just hit me up, okay?
Got it.
Okay, yeah, great, love it. Hopefully he won't rage out on you, because we can't be sure, right? Fanatic. Let's go to that white rage might show up. Let's go to
I explained it.
Doobie. Doobie, thanks so much. Dark Lord and Savior. coming through. And again, thank you for the topic. The topic is really good. So I do appreciate it, friend. And I'd like to talk more about that with you, if you like, DB, because it was really a topic I think is more for it to dig into. And I didn't hear much of your thoughts.
I think that like I'm allergic to explaining really normal, commonplace social interaction to adults. Like when we get to that level, like I just can't. It's too far. Like I feel like you're just not being honest with it. So yeah, I just didn't really have much to add beyond, trying to explain that nipples and dicks are like sexualized. I'm Doobie. I help run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. It is the best and biggest politics server on the platform. We have tons of AMAs and debates and crazy shit. We had Haas on last week, then we had Vosh on. Vosh is coming on again like this weekend, I think it is. We have a ton of people coming on. Discord.gg/politics. That's where you'll find me.
Hey, thank you so much. And Fanatic, we got to have that conversation on school prayer in school, because we didn't get to that. You are muted.
Here's what I'll do, Prime. I will link you like my pastor's messages, right?
Okay.
That was something that's actually a talking point that I got from him. Like, as I said, he's an incredibly intelligent man. And that was like one of his talking points. He was specifically talking about the fact when like there was a Christian flag and it used to be there right alongside the schools at a point where nobody would even dream of shooting up the school and things. And that, it really does make me, or even the talk like, when I was explaining about how all of the sacred nature of like, childbearing and all that stuff, how it's been removed, which is why people go so ham in like baby showers and all these other things and gender reveals, because they need some sort of excitement because all of the sanctity of the sacred nature of bringing the kid to this earth. That was his talking point. I just steal his talking points because they're so well put together and so genius that it's like, yeah, they resonate. But yeah, I'll just link you his message. But you can't go through the rest of them. But I'll link you a specific message on the YouTube channel and you can listen to that. And you can kind of understand where I'm coming from.
I would very much like that. I would very much like to hear what your pastor has to say about this.
I will.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We are going to continue on to our open walk on panel right after this. But anyone here can join us. But if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. I know they appreciate this inside. Thanks so much. Bye.
Always a pleasure.
Deuces.
Thank you, everybody.
Wow.
So I can ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
Just quickly. Did I understand your example correctly in terms of like
Spilling onto the desks?
Yeah, and like the children.
I did describe like the breast is like spilling all over the desks. They can't they don't have any room to write on their homework or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
How would they get in the door though?
Well,
Yeah,
this is actually something that I didn't bring it up. I'm not even sure, but like, I think that when they're that big, when you're walking by like students' desks, like you're gonna bump them and you're gonna be like knocking the desks a little bit.
Yeah, that I can see. I thought you meant spilling over multiple desks, like literally the size of the room.
Well, like that was the exaggerated example originally.
Yeah, that was the exaggerated example. But
and
like even a more realistic example of like you're walking past and like you're brushing the papers off the desk and like smacking kids in the face. I mean, that's
assault. Like I think the law
not
covers.
Assault. There's no intent, right?
I mean, like we were forced to go into more realistic examples because everyone is clear. This is insane because the shop teacher is like they're prosthetics, which means they can't feel them. Right? They can feel a tug on them, etc. And they're in a fucking shop class. And you can see one of the TikTok videos where like the weirdo is like having difficulty like backing up enough to even like safe, like it's literally a safety hazard. It's so fucking bad. And like they're still like, we desire to be inclusive. Too. We desire to be inclusive and respect it's literally the worst place. Like you could not find a more ludicrous example of like people being afraid of trans rights activists and like just buckling and not being like, hey, my guy,
would be a problem.
You know what I mean? Like, hey, my guy, like I would rather you be in gym class doing jump rope than in this fucking shop class right now. Like this is insane.
Canadian schools are too poor to have any sort of swimming pool. But like, yeah, I just wanted to clarify if I understood
because you don't have enough private schools.
Well, Corey, I just wanted to hear, there was a point I was trying to make, and Lactoid actually made it for me, but I'm not sure that I got that you responded to it specifically. And it was that even if it's like I agree that these are bad parents that we're talking about. But the thing is, as teachers, your kids are going to have bad parents. Like it's
if
unavoidable.
not the majority. I agree.
And one thing you cannot control, and this gets told to us every year by the administration, is that you cannot control their home life. So you have to deal with the kids as they are in the classroom, as they come to you, and you can't really like complaining about how bad the parents are really doesn't do anything to help the kids, right? So, I mean, we can't really just use bad parenting as an excuse here. We have to at least say these kids are going to behave the way they are. They're going to be susceptible to certain behaviors. I'm not saying you're entirely wrong that we should expect more of the kids and have standards for them to behave better, but the fact still remains. This is why I said what I said about approaching at this with the data first rather than what you think the reason is first, because 99% of the time, if the distraction is causing a performance problem, you're going to see it in the data first, and then you can come at it having looked at the data first, trying to figure out the reason, rather than saying in advance, well, we think you're too beautiful and you're going to be a distraction, and then not even knowing whether the performance drops. If it turns out you think somebody's too beautiful but the performance of the kids is still too high, then you don't have to deal with it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why it's like
I would
think,
agree. I would agree to that. But it's like
that's all I was trying to say.
It was
biggest thing,
very clear.
Prime lost his temper, and I wasn't able to get in there and say that. But I was trying to adapt to what your response was, Fabian, by saying, "No, I'm not saying
I knew where you were coming from. I knew where you were coming from, right? It was just that, like, I do a lot of gatekeeping with the philosophy, right? Which is that the primary issue, right, is that you have this structure is centrally planned. And both economic decisions and centrally planned decisions have unintended consequences. But when you have a market of individuals, they're able to ascertain the supply demand equation and figure out what it is that they want. When you have central planners, they have to spend resources to attempt to find those things, and it's never perfect. And so it's by definition, it's a loss of funds that are taken.
And what I thought I was doing, I thought I was appealing to that by saying that if we have this data, because all teachers look at, like, we try to be data centric as much as we possibly can,
right?
And that data is kind of its own market, right? Because you're seeing performance rise or fall based on a whole bunch of complicated causes and effects, most of which you'll never know what they are. But you do know that if you make this change, performance does this. Or if you make this other change, performance does this. And it's kind of a market. It's not the kind of market that you're talking about necessarily, but in the context of...
Well, it's a market. It's just not a free market, right? So there's competition built into the market. It's just not a free market. But I mean, a great example of this done correctly, or I wouldn't say correctly because I would still say it's immoral, but done better, is South Korea, right? South Korea is really, really data driven. And their salaries and their respect and all these other things and the positions are very meritocratic from said data. It's not perfect, but they have a much better education system because of the competition and data-driven nature.
Unions, because teachers unions are keeping that form of data-centric, like, rewarding performance. Teachers unions are stopping that from happening.
I mean, shit, New York has rubber rooms where, like, it's so difficult to fire a teacher that they send them to a room just to get rid of them and continue to pay them a salary because they can't fire them. Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, there are a lot of issues in the
I've personally been
system,
involved in efforts to fire. Like, it's really unusual for teachers to, like, band together to get a teacher fired, but that's happened. And of course, it was the unions that's made it so difficult. We finally did manage to get it to happen, but it took 3 years of this, of, like, constant effort before we finally could.
Yeah, but to address your point that I take iCal in terms of, like, what do you do in terms of, like, I have no problem admitting that probably for the majority of children, they have, suboptimal parents or living situations or some combination of both. And so, like, what do you do with that? And, like, this is a much larger conversation that I'm totally concerned about, and I'm sure Scott would disagree with me. That, like, there are some very interesting studies and data showing, parental coaching and parental, pretty much intervening of, like, teaching parents how to parent. that like I have
No,
those
no, no,
should
no.
be
I don't
more
I don't
accessible.
No, I don't
Go ahead,
disagree
Scott.
with that in any way, shape, or form. Like most psychological interventions for children, be it oppositional defiant disorder, conduct disorder, even things like ADHD and etc. One of the hallmarks of improving those child's outcomes is to train the parents. It's usually the best intervention is to go, okay, your kid has oppositional defiant disorder. Like, how do we fix this? The best way to fix it is to bring their parents in or to go interview their parents, find out what's going on. Why are they not getting their homework done? What is the area like? What is like, you know, and just have honest conversation, because most parents, even bad parents, care deeply for their children, right? They're just, they're more often than not, they're unequipped, or they weren't, or they're unaware of the damage that they're doing, right? Like a majority of parents, even the bad parents, really do give some fucks about their kid. Like their priorities aren't in order. They don't realize how damaging something is, or they're just not equipped or don't understand like what it is that they're doing negatively. So like, I don't disagree with that. I just think, you know, a principal ought to be able to put
helicopter parents. I love having helicopter parents. I now have, because I've changed
you get all the information. You love the data that helicopter parents provide.
That's right. That's right. And I mean, as opposed to having parents like that don't interact, that, you know, don't know what their kids are learning at school and stuff like that. To me, I have a lot of teacher friends who very much disagree with me on this. They like to have the freedom to not have to deal with the parents too much. But I find that it's much, much easier, because if I set higher expectations for the kids in terms of performance, I now do like, not only do I email parents, but I now text them. And I can actually text them in class and say, you know, your son is acting up right now. And then all of a sudden I'll hear ding, I'll hear the phone going off in the class, and bam, that kid's like straightening up straight away.
Hey, that's a distraction. No phones in class.
No. We do have phones in class. I'm a believer in phones in class because I utilize them for a whole bunch of stuff. Like we do interactive stuff, or they'll have computers, their own laptops that are provided by the school.
Yeah, they give kids computers now.
Huge distraction.
Parents are able
Huge
to text
distraction.
Computers. Yeah,
they can look up these
it can be
pictures
a
of this
huge
teacher
distraction. Depends on the context.
Dude, they're playing like video games in class half the time too. But one of the things that I think,
but I also can see all of the screens from where I am.
One of the things that I think is interesting is like people constantly like give me like think it's an absurd position that like we should just move to a private education system. But like
it's absurd.
Let me just ask you this, right? In America, in the poorest places in America with the lowest school funding, it's about $11,000 a year per child. And in the richest areas for public education, it's about $25,000 per child. Yeah. So my question is if you're living in New York City and you're a single parent, or you're not a single parent, right? Let's say you have 3 school-age children. What do you think you could do education-wise if instead of giving that money to the education system, you were just given $75,000 a year on top of whatever other money you're making? Because that's how much we're spending.
We have something in Texas called the Robin Hood Plan, which I'm sure will horrify you, but it's an attempt to solve that exact problem that you're having, which is the richer districts have to give some of their money that they collect in terms of property tax to the poorer districts.
Yes.
Believe it or not, that's in Texas. That's here in Texas. So it's people don't realize how much like institutionally, how many things in Texas are actually not as conservative as people think. And that's one of the ways in which poorer districts are sort of benefiting from or sort of mitigating the problem. Now, the problem still doesn't go away. Like our wealthier districts still have better educational systems simply because there's a whole lot of other advantages from having these are parents where one parent maybe doesn't have to work if you're living in a richer part of town, or you have different home lives. You know there's more likely to be a room that's quiet where people can go in and study, things like that. But one of the problems, which was schools not having enough funding in poorer areas, was mitigated by this policy. So,
that's brilliant.
So have you ever heard of Jason's Triangle in Sociology of Economics?
I have from you.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we've spoken about it before.
But I don't accept it. But I think I know where you're going.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you don't accept it, you don't accept it. It's fine. It's actually a lefty theory. Sociology. But Jason's Triangle is essentially you have it's a triangle kind of like thought experiment where like, you know, is it possible to have all three ends of a triangle? Like if you plot a data point in a triangle, the more you go towards one end of the triangle, the further you get away from another. And so the theory is you can have one end of the distribution, right? You can have meritocracy. On another, you can have equality of opportunity. And on another, you can have parental rights. And the argument is that it's impossible to maximize all three. Because if you have a bunch of equality of opportunity, everybody has the same equality of opportunity. And you have a system, right, where meritocracy is focused, where the best individuals are chosen for their job and the best individuals are, you know, able to succeed in upward mobility, et cetera, based off the work that you put in and how good you are. Well, then you can't have parental rights because some people are richer and they're going to give their kids better opportunities, right? Like some parents are better, like just they're smarter people or they're more disciplined or they have more time to give to their kids, right? So in order to force equality of opportunity and meritocracy, you must give up the rights of parental rights. And it goes true in kind of every domain. Like if you want to maximize two of those qualities, you must get rid of one of the other qualities. So you have to get rid of meritocracy, equality of opportunity, or parental rights. And so I would argue that equality is a myth that is promulgated through, you know, our feelings and our desires, but it doesn't match reality. And so I would give up on equality of opportunity in lieu of people having their rights not violated in terms of parental rights and meritocracy. Like, what would you choose? What would you give up?
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. You seem to
We
be
can hear your cameras kind of.
Oh yes, yeah. My setup kind of fell apart for a second. Well, I don't know, but I think if I were to, I would have to draw out the triangle. Then I would have to see like at what the plot points are available on the triangle, and then see what the result is for that. So I know that sounds consequentialist.
Well, no, I mean, like you could
Well,
take
no,
like a
would
Sam
you-
Harris approach of like moral landscape, where like that does like making a decision to go slightly to the left, right, or up doesn't necessarily mean it's a perfect balance. Like there's some highs and lows that like work.
That's what I'm saying. Like I wouldn't.
Yeah. No, I get
The
that.
obvious answer would be to, you know, pick a plot point smack in the middle that's equidistant from all 3 points of the triangle.
Exactly.
That might not be the
Unless-
right answer.
Unless you didn't want to give up rights.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
You
well,
have to give up some
it's
rights
all
in a lot
about
of
balancing
cases.
rights. Yeah. You would have to balance
Exactly.
rights. So I would argue that the right to an education is also a right. So
The most important right.
yeah,
Right,
I
but
mean,
if you say
the answer to
you
that
know,
would be a
when-
lot more complicated than I could just.
When
give
you
in
say
a,
that
know.
someone has a positive right, what you're saying is that they have a right to someone else's labor. They have a right to someone else's bodily autonomy. They have a right to have some form of ownership or control over another human being.
By virtue
would
of
say
just
that
of
the-
existing, right?
Right, just by saying like you have a right of healthcare, for example, right? Well, that means
Sure.
that doctors and people that are working in medicine, et cetera, do not have the right any longer to freely set prices, do certain jobs, do certain business transactions, et cetera. And so when you say someone has a right to an education, that in and of itself is a positive right, which requires the violation of other
But
people's rights.
Well,
Okay, so this positive right stuff, like this comes up a lot with Catholic morality too, because we make a distinction between active and passive. So often the church will say something's okay if it's passive, but not if it's active. But one of the problems that we always run into is you can frame an active thing, you can make a negative framing for, or I'm sorry, passive framing for it, or you can take a passive thing, something that's thought of as passive, and you have an active framing for it. And so if you want to say, for instance, that a right to an education is a positive right, but you could say a right to not to not live in ignorance was a negative right. So at that point, like often the framing becomes
Yeah, but you'd
the
be
thing
wrong.
that determines. Right. So that's what I'm asking.
You would just be
is how often
attempting
do
to
you-
reword a positive right as a negative right.
Right. So
Wouldn't
how often
logically.
do you run into that problem of determining whether something is positive or negative based on the framing? That's what I'm asking. Or I should say, on a future panel, I'd like to ask you that so that we'll have
So it's
more
like
time to go into that.
I would usually look at it from the law of non-contradiction, right? So
Uh-huh.
if you're looking at something and you want to use logic to determine whether or not it's a positive, right. If there is a contradiction in it that makes it logically not valid, which is to say that there is a kind of a contradiction baked into it because it requires someone else's labor or it requires someone else to do something, like that contradicts the logic of it being a negative right, unless it's obviously a positive right. Which
But I take
would
it
be against.
you're not a big fan of the Constitution, right? There's a lot of
You didn't sign up for it.
Yeah, no, I would take Lysander Spooner's position, right?
Increasing the price
I
of
like the Constitution. Just
diabetes medicine
Yeah.
500% by Martin
Canadian.
Shkreli seems cool to you?
I'm actually
asking
against
Scott.
I'm actually against intellectual property. So I would actually say that I don't think that intellectual property is a scarce resource, and other people are able to manufacture. So I would say that no company has a right to use the power of the state to stop you from making your own insulin, even if they own a patent. Fuck themselves.
Great.
So if you were the person that came up with whatever the intellectual property is, you don't feel you should be able to have ownership of it?
Yeah, no, I don't believe in intellectual property. I don't think it's a scarce resource. I think you'd have first to market advantage. I think you could sign contracts for like non-disclosure so that it's difficult for the process to come out, etc. But if someone else is able to reverse engineer a medicine, right, I would say that they have every right to produce said medicine with or without your permission.
Interesting.
Can I have to bounce.
Interesting.
I go another example of I think if Scott's answer was fine, but I see it more as you can't frame a negative right thus that it violates some sort of justified right that somebody has, and you have to like go through a philosophical process to justify every right you have. Because one clear example of this is, you know, you could say, well, I had a positive right to steal your stuff, right?
Right.
Like hold a gun. And then you say, well, you don't have a positive right to my stuff. Like that's my stuff. And then you could just frame it, well, actually, I'll frame it like a negative right then. If you have such a problem with that, I'll just say, well, I have a right to live in a world, like I have a right to not live in a world in which I don't have your stuff.
Right.
So now I get to jack all your stuff. The question is not how you phrase it. In my opinion, I think it's more along the lines of like looking at the stuff itself, what attaches that stuff to the rightful owner, and why does this person have domain over this stuff intrinsically?
The active
and I
passive
actually agree with Scott. With like labor should be something that I think people have a right over.
So the active passive distinction, which I was sort of comparing to that, which I know is not the exact same thing. A lot of times that has to do with the question of the status quo. Something exists in the status quo. Changing it is an active thing, right? And not changing it is the passive thing. I don't know if that's exactly the same as what we're talking about here, but often that's the case. Like, so if that's one of the reasons why the church is, okay with allowing somebody to die, for instance, or not curing, not using extraordinary measures to save somebody's life is okay, but doing anything actively to end their life is not okay. And so that's sort of the active passive.
Yeah, I mean it's like the trolley car problem, right? Like it's like, the passive situation to not pull the lever is not an act of evil, right? Like, because you're
so
not
for you
choosing
don't pull
to
the lever.
act.
You don't pull the lever.
Comically enough, this is what I've said before. I would pull the lever only to kill 1 million dogs to save one baby hen.
I see. All right.
Wow.
So I do have to bounce. I go one last thing. I think it was really cool that for this conversation in particular, they brought on a teacher. I thought you had a lot of really interesting things to say, and
yeah, I mean, you did,
a lot of things that I didn't know, like about the school system.
These are things we deal with all the time. Like it's funny how I know
those
this is
those prosthetic breasts all the time. Then no problem.
We do. I've known at least 2 teachers where people were wondering if their breasts were too big to be in the class. Like those conversations were being had in the break rooms. Like I never had that conversation. Never heard a principal talking about it, but I did hear other teachers talking about it. I just remember thinking this is an insane conversation to have.
And here we are.
Yeah, a lot of these hypotheticals that you guys were talking about were things that I literally have seen happen. In 35.
If it was anybody, if it was anybody but Fanatic that was there, because I don't feel like screaming about racist.
Totally
woke
civil.
scolding.
No problem.
If he wasn't there and it was any other panel, I would have also brought up that this happens way disproportionately more to black women than white women, that their bodies are too curvy and that they're too distracted and that the children often claim distractions. It happens so much more to them because just the shape, the trend of the shape of the body is one that secondary sexual characteristics can be more kind of obvious in professional business clothing.
And I cannot tell you how many times I've seen and these are specifically women who do this, women teachers who will go up to girls saying that is inappropriate. And then, but will never say that to a boy who has the same issue. Now I understand there's differences between the genders in terms of, what you would expect. For some things, but I'm talking about like jeans with holes in them. Like that's something that should be the same. Like I don't see any reason why that's more acceptable for boys than it is for girls.
Fair enough. Hey, Lactoid, before you get out of here, you should hit me up sometime so we can talk argumentation ethics.
Sure. Is my argumentation okay? Or
No. Argumentation ethics is Hans Hermann Hoppe's proof positive for non-aggression principle, and it's way too nerdy to get into in like a pan.
Sure, absolutely.
I think you would actually like it. Corey got into it with me. Yeah, Corey got into it with me. Yeah.
Hey, anything we could do to crush the state, I'm down. All right, let's do it.
I'm gonna head out too because I want to pop into the open.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on the open too.
I'm gonna get some food. I'll catch the open in a little bit.
You just watched a clip from our Twitch channel, Fabian Liberty. If you like content like this, please like and subscribe here on YouTube, or go ahead and give us a follow on twitch.tv/Fabian Liberty.